I got some natives in here where they telling me they'd rather be selling D or committing some felonies than be out to this praying, cause to them they'll be hella weak, cause we should beat them cats who did this shit to us until they bleed. Fell asleep at the wheel from here on smoking weed and pills, and everybody else is praying hope for people we should kill. Straight this character's a secret, cause people they ain't really bout it. Sing and dance of power now and then keep it up in the house is what you afraid of. Our natives of dying slow, so scared we hit the easiest target and fight our own. But go ahead and come after me, cause I'm after them. But first go out to look around and see what's still happening, cause I can't watch these kids die and then lie like I give a fuck and not do a fucking thing but lie down like I given up. So get a gun if you ready, we gripping on the machete. For anybody involved, we got a problem forgetting where you at. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all.
Hey, Solus.
Kill them all. Kill them.
Hey, guys.
Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all.
We stay running, gunning, bucking for the struggle, scrapping for our dignity till we bloody up these knuckles. Our protectors got power flowing like an ancient stream. Yeah, they be ghosting violators like it's the fucking routine. Now this savage path to freedom might be seeming extreme, but I ain't losing one more soul to the boozer amphetamine. See, when I was a youngster, almost lost my fucking mind. Didn't recognize my purpose, didn't value this life. Propaganda almost had me convinced I was worthless, but if I kill myself, I'd just be doing them a service. We can never live free while this land remains stolen. Concrete muffles the earth, so it's like her breath she be holding. We can't breathe until she breathes, so you know how we be rolling. Civilization brought the illness, rebel vengeance brings the realness. Inflict damage on the cracker till the lungs are puffing shallow. We don't miss a single target when we aiming from the shadows.
Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all.
This ain't living free. I could hear it every time you scream. I could hear it every time you cry. You know which people got to die. Show me your warfare.
Hello. What's up, adult ego? What's up? What's up? We're gonna listen to some good tunes this morning. You know how it goes.
The people are the ones who gonna have to fight. We used to say, which side are you on? Which side are you on? The truth is, we're in so much debt that the only way out is revolution or war. So now the question is, which side are you on? On.
Yes, Kez, yes. Which side are you on?
See, before I draw the line, let me welcome you close to all the folks who knew Obama sold the people a hoax. Gave the money to suckers while our community still poor. Withdrew the troops but started another war. Colonizing, terrorizing, creating the oil crisis. So they can make a killing on food and gas prices. Prisons is filling, they trying to lock up the future. Militarized borders and control of computers. All the stupid bumping music that ain't healthy for the shortest. Privatizing schools and policemen in the hallways. Can't be dormant, I'm awoken. Rise up, be ready. Brought the family with us, and we hold the machetes.
Riding the fence, riding the fence. Too many people be riding the fence. Yeah, you say you ready for war, but are you convinced? I'm not convinced. If you're a rider, freedom fighter, crowd excited, then let's do this. We can make one big united, middle finger to the U.S. Give me the bravest and the truest. Fuck the hippest and the coolest. We gon' spark this revolution and cross this off our to-do list. Put your foot down if you look down on this criminal system.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Like my niggas in prison. Don't be
I
condemning and
appreciate
condoning their
that.
actions in one sentence. But keep your mind, choose your side. Is you a patriot or a menace to society? So riot or sit by quietly. But don't pull out your flag and try to say you gon' ride with me. You flip-flopping like hip-hop. I don't get locked in that trick box. Get got like Big and Pop. Shit's got to stop. I am the people, not the big. I repeat after Fred. So please blow my brains out if I ever forget.
I'm with the independent thinkers. I'm down with the movers and the shakers and the ex-Henny drinkers, the non-smokers, the health advocates, the non-voters, the young bloods in the hood training like soldiers. I'm on the side of the tracks with the hood gardens, the little child that don't color inside the margins. I don't ride the fence, I cultivate my strength, cause if it ain't about power, it don't make sense. I've been down with Boogie Down since BDP, some brown pride, and black power make RBG. An OG told me choose battles wisely. In the struggle, don't forget your children and your wifey. If you don't see me on the podium preaching it, every day I hope my every action is teaching it. Cause revolution is a process, it's not a speech or a panel. Don't bite off more than you can handle.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on, boy? Which side?
Shot City, Palestina, Venezuela, the South Bronx, baby. Yo. Hey yo, I still rock hard like slingshots in Palestina. Con todos los estudiantes por educación gratuita. I'm with workers uprising and the right to unionize. We ain't crossed the border, so you better legalize. I'm with La Peña del Bronx. I'm still with Victor Toro, cause gentrification
Nice,
is
Alter Ego.
polluting my
Nice.
borough. So bro, never.
Nice, Alter
South
Ego.
Bronx
Nice.
forever. Decolonize the block, make your neighborhood better. I ain't down with the rich, I'm more Richie Perez. Don't talk to grand juries or cooperate with feds. I'm with students, doctors, janitors, teachers. We need living wages, but they don't believe us. Monida, Barretto, Spofford, Hunts Point, my hood. I love, rejoin forces, forming our deck, the X. Taking over buildings, rebel Diaz for the children.
Politics to sickness, streets express symptoms. Caught up with a quickness, big business pimps them. Scholars play the simpleton, fools play with wisdom. Who will stand and fight back? Who will play the victim? Trials and tribulations, injured generations. Stolen history and outsourced innovation. Babel Tower fell, tribes are at war. The battle story's not represented in the score. The game's fixed, most of the faces and names switched. Credit stolen for art, science, religion, language, technology, philosophy, and with strangers. They paid in hatred for the knowledge of the ancients. Power in words, actions, guns, swords. Aim Panthers, brown berets, young lords. Pick a side, one sickness, one cure, one love, one blood, one world, but one war.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on? Are you on? Yo, I love this fucking music. Straight up, you know it. Oh yeah. Yo, what up, Kez? What's the giggle? I brought a new bought a new shirt that was supposed to have slightly puffered sleeves, and I accidentally emptied up the pack. Oh shit. Damn, don't you hate that? Don't you just hate that? Like, seriously, don't you just hate that?
Get the fuck off our mountain. You get the fuck off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the fuck off our mountain. You get the fuck off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Open our eyes to see a better way. Work together for a more collective say. Not go half or call it, go all the way. We living in a blessed era of Max Holloway. It is what it is, us champs grind every day. Steady banging, I know o Hawaii ne. Jedi Guardians of the Galaxy, non-fiction, I'm fallacy. Our home, not a theme park, museum or gallery. Off the grid, down in the valley. Living sustainably and happily. What we need, we get plenty. Nobody crank it. Go easy, spank it with your hanky-panky. Whole ante. Making big noise and we got them listening. Chanting, singing, dancing and we whispering. In a battle never ending. Mount a defending, trending. This rebellion beginning to the happy ending. Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. In this circle of assassins, we use words as weapons, tearing tyranny apart while we teaching lessons. Chanting down this Babylon system on pressing, lighting up the darkness, cleaning messes and spreading blessings. Ready, willing, and restless. Kiai frontliners in the trenches, ready to wreck shit. Dug in deep on heavy gangster beat. Bring the heat, never back down, surrender or retreat. Small victories, slight adjustments, press repeat. Our stories we now speak, we no need sneak. Nature over concrete is how we snatching victory from your jaws of defeat. Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Kila kemana wakea olo no ikabuve. Okala hui aloha ina hoi na kia imai uka keke. Ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima Kila kemana wakea olo no ikabuve. Okala hui aloha ina hoi na kia imai uka keke. Ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima ehulia ehulima
Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
I love it too, man. It's some fucking dope ass fucking music. You know? Indigenous people. You know how we roll around here. If it ain't indigenous, if it ain't fucking rebellious, we ain't in it. We ain't in it. You know how we roll.
Wouldn't have have believed if you told me last December I'd cross the border this year more times than I can remember. Back and forth from Canada to the United States. Yeah, we hustle on the move, we do whatever it takes. And I never could have imagined I would travel so much. My brown and documented people, y'all know that it's rough. Got gringos calling us illegals. We got indigenous blood, oh no, hold up. Must be playing, they the racist land invading, mass murder, earth betraying ones. Yo, much respect to all the natives who took time to share their stories I can't put into words, what y'all have really done for me. And Logan Savage fam been showing me the way, cultivating the rage, motivating me to stay brave, like a bimbo about to break. Please know we appreciate all our folks in the cut who steady bumping the music. Every show was a blessing, blasting louder acoustic, taking notes from the youngsters who were holding it down in their ancestral homeland. They're gonna turn the shit around. To all the young sisters, always elevate your voice. You carry gifts within you, make some motherfucking noise. If somebody tries to shut you down or make you feel small, it's just cause they don't understand your power at all. Now we recognize the indigenous led land defense worldwide, native life demonstrating excellence. Bold to ride, bold to defy these crackers, colonial ignorance. These rhymes of resistance, all what got me on the road. Believe I had to examine every word that I wrote, cause the youth were listening when I was standing to speak. Cause I'm coming from the struggle and they was feeling the beat. So I had to make sure that I was coming correct. Took time to sit back and really reflect. If you wanna build through the music, you must foresee its effect. But the learning curve's sharp, we don't got much time left. Don't got much time. Don't got much time left. No, no, huh? Woo. Huh? Yo, rest in power to the students murdered in Ayotzinapa. Pinches puercos del gobierno se dieron cuenta lo que pasa. Intentaron enterrar semillas y el país prendió fuego. Now waiting for anyone to free his homies in a lonely land, screaming fuck the police. We don't beg our oppressor, we hold court in the streets. Ferguson and coast to coast, it's open season on a pig. Fighting for our freedom is the only way we live. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. Was this the year the revolution began? Time will tell, time will tell. I ain't been sober like this since I was damn near 13. Hey, yo, I'm feeling so sharp, my mind's feeling so clean. See, I decided this year that I can't drink like I used to, but most of the homies always say, looking for an excuse to pour up a cup of that white man's peace. But when you good on that shit, you learn to tell them like this: the liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. The liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. But see, what really gets me heated is how proud you fucking sound, bragging about how many shots you about to show me you can pound. Man, that's flashbacks in these tíos, borrachos growing up who only showed their stolen faces when they needed a buck. They get into the cases and then my mom would be stuck cleaning up broken bottles and blood spilled from the fights, and that ain't even rock bottom. You don't wanna hear about those nights, but I already know what you gon' say. You not an alcoholic, but how many of your friends are, and what could you do to stop it? This a whole other topic for a whole other song, so let me wrap it up. Yeah, let's just move it along. See, I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless, try to keep up with my lyrics. Got you looking reckless, you could never kill my spirit. You should just call me Dead Liz. What? Said I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless, try to keep up with my lyrics. Got you looking reckless, you could never kill my spirit. You could just call me Death Liz. That's it. 2014's damn near done. We're just prepared for what's to come.
You know, I just love it. There's just so much fucking good music out there. Indigenous music, it's just... Yeah, exactly, Buddhist, right? I just, you know, there's just so much good indigenous music out there. It's just amazing. Yeah, cause sadly... Right? So let's see what we have in my interesting. Proud Boys exposed. Proud Boys hate group leader. Oh God.
These ceremonies, it's wakan, daku wakan. It's something sacred. It's a mystery. All you have to do is be there, and the lessons will come on its own.
At the end of this life, we look forward to our journey. There's so many heavens out there. A lot of places to travel.
The contamination begins, pollution begins.
See you later, Kaz. Have
fun. So that's why the whole world is in a turmoil.
It's going to be hard, for the younger for my generation, the seventh generation, to hold on to these our wolakot, to hold on to our way of living because of money, because of drugs, because of alcohol, because of jealousy, hatred, all because of these, all these different things that are diseases of the mind.
We totally refuse that this is Tukashla power. We totally deny. Just me. I have a wisdom. I have a knowledge. I have a power. I have a gift. This is me. I'm the supreme.
The future is yet to come. The future began when we leave this earth. That's when the future begins. This is just a stopping place. Well, you're stuck here. I don't know how you get out. There is life after death. There is life. And that's what I see, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Life after death.
Hey, hi, yeah, hey, hi, yeah. Hey, hi, yeah, hey, hi, yeah. Hey, hi, yeah, hey, yeah, hey.
Hey, Tom.
The relationship is the worst that it has ever been. And I can say that it's a conservative government, but I don't vote in politics, so I'm nonpartisan.
Hang on, Pamela. The relationship today is as bad as it's ever been?
Yes, we have gone back at least 50 to 100 years in terms of the relationship. There's no real consultations. There's no legal consultations. There's no talking to people.
There's no residential schools. This government apologized for that.
They apologized for the assimilatory foundations upon which residential schools were based, yet they defend the Indian Act, which will define Indians out of existence. We have more children in care now than ever in residential schools. We're not taking prisoners anymore, but we have over-incarcerated our people in prisons. All of those situations, the numbers are far worse. We keep thinking of these wrongs as historical when they're actually worse now. They're just a different way.
Let's see.
This program contains mature subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
Oh, you know I gotta do it. You know we gotta.
I think internally in our own communities, we need to be relearning. And the language that a Mi'kmaq elder used was activating our blood memories. And so it's like when you get that full body chill, if there's a beautiful song or a prayer or powerful words that have been spoken, and you get the goosebumps, and that's our blood memories being activated.
Hi, welcome to Peak Moments. I'm Janaea Donaldson, and I'm in Victoria on Vancouver Island in British Columbia. I'm with Pawa Hayupus. Is that right? Is that pronounced right? Who was a First Nations woman, and our first experience, thank you for joining me, I should say, my first experience being with someone in a very different culture. I mean, partly a different culture and partly also you're in Western culture. So help us to understand a little bit about your life, your people, their concerns, their issues. Help us to learn, because in the United States, we hear very little about First Nations people. They're very marginalized. But here, in the 6 months we've been here, I see people on the street. I see much more in the news. Your presence here. Help us learn about you.
Okay.
Maybe starting with you.
Uklasish Pawat Squachit. My full name is Pawat Squachit. Histakshils Ahuzat. I'm from Ahouset, which is on the west coast of Vancouver Island. And our relatives who are also Nuchanath are the Makah, the whalers in Washington on the Olympic Peninsula. And Ma'as Clackish Peath. So my house, I come from the house of Clackish Peath, which is the house of whale fat. And whale fat used to be a commodity up and down the coast, something we traded for. And so, it's just kind of a sign of wealth as well. And not everybody on the coast were whalers. So that is something that's quite specific to my nation. And we're meeting today on the Songhees Reserve, which is also a First Nation. They're Coast Salish, and there's 3 First Nations on the island. There's the Coast Salish, the Nuchanath, and the Kwakwaka'wakw, and the north part of the island. And so just wanting to honor the Coast Salish people for not only allowing me to live in their territory and work in their territory, but just to enjoy the beauty of their territory. And as is protocol, we always thank the people, the land, and the ancestors who have also stewarded the land and the territory before. And so that's just a little bit about how we would introduce ourselves in almost any culture that we go to. We want to know who we are, where we're from, and also how do I know you or your family, or is there a connection or a relation? So the relationships become very important to identify and to put somebody, oh, this is who you are, this is where you're from, this is the house you belong to. I know you, I know your people. So
even if you've never met, or if it's a totally new visit, it's like you find, where are those connections?
Yeah.
How do you honor that land also? I mean, did I hear you right?
And so, because we're meeting here in Coast Salish territory, we just want to honor, it's more like the spirit of all of creation. So to keep it simple, you say the land, or, the territory, but it's really just honoring all life, because we do have relationships with even some of the small things that we don't see, or the things we take for granted, like fresh water, clean water, clean air.
Then for here, we would be saying thank you for the cedars and the clean and the rains and the big
fish,
rocks, and
what feeds us, what takes care of us, what sustains us. So,
thank you.
So it's just to have that gratitude, and then of course, if someone has cooked a wonderful meal for us, then we would, my people, we always honor that. We always thank the cooks, because it's such an important role to nourish our bodies. Well, when we come together to do important work, that we're taking care of in that way.
Boy, it feels fundamental. I mean, it feels like you're down to the essence of what really, really, really matters. So you also have a part of your life in the mainstream, right? But you tell us a little bit about your education and your work, and tell us more about, what motivates the First Nations people at this time, or what they're concerned about.
That's loaded. Yeah. Where to start?
Pick whatever one you want to pick.
So for me, I think my journey, we're born. I'm lucky. I came from. My father is quite traditional, and so he brought me and my brother. And I'm sure my brother enjoyed this much more than me. And in retrospect, I really appreciate the teachings I got going hunting, fishing, being around traditional native medicines, which, come from the earth. And so having that connection and that relationship to our food source, like, here's the duck I'm going to, clean and eat, right? And so just being a part of that and appreciating those things has been ingrained in me because of my upbringing. And I've always felt very connected to spirit, to energy, and able to sense, what's right and what's wrong. And so my journey has brought my education, besides having been raised that way. Like, we grew up here in Victoria, but my dad always, would take us down to the beach to get the sea urchins, or the hayashtup, or the chitons. So, we eat so much from the ocean. The elders say the low tide is our grocery store. And so having, protecting oceans, is having, the pipelines. So something that's a huge issue today is having pipelines come into our territories. And of course they say, oh, don't worry, we'll manage any leaks. But the case to date is that people don't know how to manage oil leaks. And the BP in the Gulf, was that to 2010, 2011, and there's still remnants. Exxon Valdez, was a couple decades ago, but it's still very much in our memory. We know it, and so And so the most of our right now for First Nations people, for me, the work I do is around Aboriginal rights, Aboriginal title. So that connects us back to the land. And for me, right now, we're in Songhees territory, but where my Aboriginal rights and title come from is in my Indigenous territory, where I come from. And so that, again, is how important that relationship is to our homelands, our motherlands, and the territories our ancestors came from. And because of colonization, sometimes we get confused, where do I really belong? I work with young people, and of course in our First Nations communities, because of the historical context of what people call colonization, we're left with suicide, high suicide rates. We are the numbers of children who are in foster care it's too much. And then once you become institutionalized, these young people become institutionalized, many of them end up in the penitentiaries. And then you look at the statistics of First Nations in the penitentiaries and in jails and in those systems, and we're the most prominent ones demographically there, and yet our population is, in all of Canada, we're still so small that we're actually quite invisible. If you look at mainstream media or whatnot, our story is still, there's a lot of racism. And we sense it in small towns. Like many of us just kind of grow up with it and we live with it. And yet there comes a time when we don't want the younger generations to live with that anymore. And so I feel one of the issues definitely is identity, belonging, and reclaiming, and learning to stand up and say, actually, when you wear a chief's headdress as a non-native a person, that's quite insulting. And so, trying to say don't do that, and yet people continue to do that because for some reason it's okay to treat us in a mean way by claiming ignorance. And so I feel possibly TV shows like this might be able to get that voice out, or maybe open up some dialogue or conversation, because it shouldn't be like you're wrong and you're bad, but like the elders taught us. If I haven't been taught what's right and what's wrong, then the spirits are going to have forgiveness. The ancestors will have forgiveness because I haven't been taught. But once I've been taught,
you're expected to live to that.
Yeah, and then I still do the wrong thing, then the consequences start to come in.
The words that come up for me as you speak is one of them is respect, and the other is that is, how do I respect your culture, your traditions, and so on, and the example you gave. And you're coming up against the dominant culture, which is patriarchal and which assumes that it's above every other culture. I will say offhand, the white male system, even if it's not just white males, behaving that way. So the First Nations peoples everywhere have been genocide, killed off, their lands taken, not respected, treated as second-class beings. So part of what I hear is we need to reverse that and come back with a kind of respect and say, your cultures lived for thousands and thousands and thousands of years sustainably here in the Pacific Northwest, and we've destroyed it in a couple centuries. We have a lot we should be asking to learn from you, and we aren't humble enough, perhaps, yet to do that. We're still exploiting. Anyway, those are some thoughts that, as you talk, come to me.
I think that there's definitely a time of learning and a time of sharing, and then because of where we are right now in the context of like all the layers of colonization and the impacts, things like residential school or legislation and policy that continue to exist in things like the Indian Act in Canada, and I'm sure the States has their own sets of federal policies that contain the Indian problem.
I'm sure.
And so And so because of all of the impact of all these things at all these levels, our own people have to learn as well, to relearn what it is to even something simple like respect, right? It's something that is actually 24/7. And when we start to live our life with that principle and fully step into that footprint of what it is to live respecting not just humanity, but the little flea on my dog, has a life too. And an elder said that in the eyes of Creator, that's what being humble is. I am just a tiny little flea in the eyes of Creator and in the context of the whole universe. And so I think internally in our own communities, we need to be relearning. And the language that a Mi'kmaq elder used was activating our blood memories. And so it's like when you get that full body chill, if there's a beautiful song or a prayer or powerful words that have been spoken, and you get the goosebumps, and that's our blood memories being activated. So the kind of work I like to do with young emerging leaders, and I also find that anybody can appreciate the gifts that come out of these kinds of learning journeys, is to activate blood memories. So what are your creation stories? So learn your creation stories. What are the sacred sites in your territory? And to go back to your territory. So it's not to like sit in the downtown Sheraton, hotel and talk about how important culture, spirituality, and language is, but it's actually to create spaces where we're practicing the culture, we're going on medicine walks, we're doing sweats, in safe spaces, and we're learning about our creation stories and the sacred sites and our culture. And I'm very privileged, I feel, because I work with young people, the elders and spiritual leaders who show up and in these gatherings, they want to give all of their knowledge and everything of them to these other young participants. And I'm just a witness to that. And so for me, I've really taken a lot of what the needs are. I've worked with young people now for about 12 years. And so the first few years was just being in the same conversation around the needs. And now and then developing curriculum to actually, like I said, activate their blood memories and get them exploring some of these. It's so easy. So we have one thing that's called a mentorship bundle. And yes, walking in, learning how to write a resume, or what's your educational plan and your career plan, and what are the goals and action items you need to get there. But then also, what is your traditional bundle? What is your Indian name? Do you know how to introduce yourself in your native culture? Do you know what clan you come from? Do you want to learn some of the language, and how are you going to do that? And who are the elders in your community that you can talk to? Because, I'm New Chanath, and great, I can go learn Mi'kmaq or Cree culture, but that's still not a match to my genetic DNA comes from the West Coast. So my food, my songs, my dances, my language, all of that activates my blood memories. And so just being able to share some of those experiences at a collective level has been very important. And I think that more of that is needed so that the young people grow up wanting to hunt, fish, collect berries, forage the forests like bears, like that they want to do that. And it's not about going to the mall and gaming out, or, that's okay in moderation. But I really feel that to be balanced Indigenous in these days, we do need to make that effort to build these into our action items and our to-do lists and our professional development plans.
A small pang of loss, because I come from a heritage where that has been broken. And so I have elders that I can turn right to and say, how do we fish in northern Scotland? It's like, because those lines are lost. So there's a little pang there. The other place that I want to go, though, is what kind of response are you getting from young people? I hear this about building esteem about my traditional roots. And are young people responding? How are they?
Oh, yes. I think it's definitely something that, of course, everybody's at a different place on their journey. So there's always the young people who might be more disengaged. And then there's the young keeners who want to start a youth council, or they want to participate more with the leadership at the decision-making levels. And so what we call a house of youth, it's like a mentorship, it's like a waterfall effect. So I'm now considered an honorary youth because there's always somebody younger than us. So how can I reach out and help hold a hand out or create space or open a door for another young person to have opportunities?
And so you're doing that with so young people are mentoring
other younger people.
I see.
And there's even,
if you notice, indigenous way of thinking is very different from colonized way of thinking, if you've noticed. And it's always about healing, respect, understanding, knowledge, wisdom. Trying to leave wherever you are better than where it was before you showed up, or when you showed up. And giving thanks and having gratitude.
even younger people mentoring older people. So that kind of a relationship is reciprocal. It goes both ways if we're open to learning and not just teaching, right? So it's really that kind of a give and take learning space that really we try and create. And so I feel that maybe we don't activate everyone's blood memory, and then the ones who do feel it, they then know that there's this other path, and they can start exploring that more and connecting and networking. So having these gatherings where you get to network with other people who have a similar passion, and then you start to build your community, you start to get your tribe together, because some people, we have different interests, and each of those are gifts that should be, and sometimes yet we feel so alone in our communities, like no one else gets me. So,
well, in a way that happens in every culture, but
Exactly.
if you're also trying to remember and reinvigorate your cultural bloodlines, I imagine that has even more different challenges than we might even imagine. Go ahead.
You mentioned also like the pain that you feel that you can't go and learn how to fish in northern Scotland, and that's a similar pain that I feel on a very personal level, and having the opportunity to learn from some of our elders and hereditary chiefs, I feel that there's a path that's there that we haven't lived and we haven't practiced fully and completely, and yet there's little footprints that are there that if I just practice something a little more, for instance, to me, I'm thinking of the Learning Village. So the Learning Village is, going back to our traditional territories. It's building on the land. It's being off-grid. It's being seasonal. So like knowing, when to harvest what foods and what medicines. And it's also a lot about, a group of us have talked about doing a lot of that in our language, so that so then we are learning at all these different levels, and so for me, and then nobody has done this, and so it's trailblazing, finding my people, like who else wants to do this. And amazingly, there's a group of people who are on the same journey. They're from the same tribe as me. And so it feels like, and we all went to school and we all had the same teacher. So we all went to college at the same time. And now we've all kind of come back, and this is what we're wanting to do with our families, and just to find the courage to just try something new, because what is available right now isn't making us fully happy. There's something missing, and it's beyond dreaming about, like, oh, what was it that the ancestors did, or reading in books and researching. It's actually about, like, can we just go practice it? Because I think that's where, so if you went to Northern Scotland to just go fishing, you know, like, and just to be out there and try and figure it out again. There's a beautiful story that an elder in residence, Ellen White, she's from Snuneymuxw, and she's talked about this this man who went up to the mountains, and a song came to him. And so when he came back down to the village, he gathered the elders together, and he sang this song to them. And as he was singing the song, the elders were crying because, and he said, "Why are you crying?" They said, "We haven't heard this song since we were this big." So the song went away, and then it came back.
Goosebumps.
And so this is the kind of, you're holding that space for what was lost to come back. But we also have to, it's like I said, we can't do that in the Sheraton hotels. We have to do that in our territories. We have to do that on the land. We have to do that supported by, you know, elders and people who know and understand some of that, the stories and the wisdom that as
Marcus.
oral cultures, you know, that are now going to literature. You know, some of that information isn't being passed on so simply and so easily.
Sure.
It's not so accessible. Many of our people tune out. So some of our people are maybe
just going over, you know, some things about, you know, First Nations people reclaiming their heritage, and, you know, early morning enlightenment and understanding each other and beginning to learn that there's not just a path of war and violence all the time, but there's a whole other avenues that one must take when learning to heal oneself and learning to understand the areas that you need healing in, or understanding or learning in. You know, fighting up here is one of these. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. You know what? You know how it goes, Marcus. You know what we do, right?
through addictions or whatever it is, mental wellness. You know, a lot of our people are in so many different states of wellness and well-being that that we really, you know, it's not that we can leave anybody behind and get too ahead of ourselves, but we've always got to be trying to do this together.
What an inspiring image. We have 1 minute left here. I have the sense of the Aboriginal Australians, who the wisdom is in the land, that the story you told of the man bringing that song that had not been heard and finding it, that being it's critical to be in your land among the people, because that's only that's going to create the space for those to come through. 1 last minute.
Definitely, I think that we have to be connected to the land.
I'm happy too, Marcus. Thank you,
and even more so, we have to be connected to our food, because Indigenous sovereignty, Aboriginal rights and title, it all comes down to our food and our food sources. And same with protecting a lot of the I don't want to say fights, but they are fights to protect clean water and to protect the territories, are also to protect our food sources, which is on the coast here, mostly salmon.
Yes.
And
yes.
there was ologists, maybe it was an anthropologist and an archaeologist that, come and studied and observed our people quite a few years ago. And they noted that the coastal people are so reliant on the salmon that if the salmon ever to go extinct, so would the indigenous people. And so let's hope that the salmon don't go extinct.
Indeed, because we don't want the people to go extinct
and
either.
The cultures,
and that way of living that's so woven together. Mm-hmm. That I think that those of us who think about sustainability need to relearn and reclaim in the ways that you are doing with your people. I'm inspired. Thank you.
I think one last point would be in terms of non-Indigenous people. One thing that anybody can do is just to, especially here on Turtle Island in the USA and Canada, is just to know who is the territory that you live in and work in.
Thank you. And I greet you from the territory I live in are the Mayadu people who have lived there for thousands of years, and we're part of the Nisenan larger group. So thank you for that reminder. And that's the reminder for you. Who are the people that lived where you live? You're watching Peak Moment. I'm Janaea Donaldson. I'm with Paua Haiupus. Thank you for joining me. Join us next time.
Nice. So what we understand there is very simple, is getting back in touch with things that most people today take for granted. They don't understand those things as much as we people used to. But we see it more and more now, right? Like, when we start looking at the facts of, we start understanding that climate change is real, even though the governments have gone out of their way and big corporates have gone out of their way to bring forth all these different scientists and made sure that they were paid really well to tell everybody that, oh, no, we'll never see that. Yet here we are. We're already seeing it. And all the scientists now have all changed their stories, the ones that said, oh, no, and are all in agreement that, yeah, it's a reality. So, these are things that we have to take an honest look at, right? Otherwise, I don't know if we're going to make it, to be honest. So we're going to do a nice little musical interlude.
One world, one people, one tribe, one tribe.
What I know, we are one. What I know, no, we are one.
It all starts with the people. One people, we stand all together, one voice saying yes we can. Each one, reach one till we pull ourselves up, cause we all one fam. From the rest to the block, to the Perry, to the rock, we connect that love. Cause the people with power feel the power of the people when we stand as one.
I got you stuck off the realness. We be indigenous, you heard of us. Max 7, the murderers, spreading the love with the water and earth and the stand against hate. Gotta know what the purpose is. we rise. The climate is changing, signs of the times. It's time to start praying. Pray for the world and community. Prayers are more powerful when we're in unity.
What I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, no, we are one.
Woke up today, hungry for a change, new path to take. Can't stay the same, it's been too long. Pointing out who's right or wrong, can you hear me out? All we need is a little bit of love. Take time to heal and it starts with us. Hand in hand, I put my trust in one world, reunite, it's a must. Hold on to hope, we can overload. We can break the code with a single note. Sing out for the world to hear that our time is now, no more for tears. I looked into my son's eyes, a new day in a new light. Lift the veil and dwell so peaceful. Come together, one world, one peace.
What I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, we are one.
It's who you are, it's who I am. We all bleed the same blood, yeah. We all bleed the same blood, yeah.
We got beautiful differences, let me give you a peek. Over 500 tribes, but we all unique. And if we could not compete to eat, nothing could beat us. Jealousy is more dangerous than diabetes. See this unity? Imagine what it looked like. You would think we would do whatever it took, right? I would do anything for this good life. We could do anything if we unite. Come on.
Young native, you are my savior. Say a prayer for our inspiration. From the block to your reservation. Any color, all my relations. From the basement, worldwide invasion. Every day we're painting our faces. Fighting back but learning our language. Dancing our dances, saying our prayers.
What I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, we are one.
We only got one world. We only got one world. We only got one world. Yeah.
All we got is one voice, one choice, one worth, one love, one birth. One life to live. One life to live, yeah.
One people, we stand all together, one voice saying yes we can. Each one, reach one till we pull ourselves up, cause we all one fan. From the rest of the block to the Perry to the Rock, we connect that love. Cause the people with power, for the power of the people when we stand as one.
What I know, what I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, we are one. What I know, what I know, we are one. We are one. What I know, we are one. We are
Oi. So normally around this time of day where I am, it is around 7 a.m. Hey Reg. And my people have always started off our morning with music, singing, bringing awakening, realizing that our ancestors and grandmothers and grandfathers are waking up at this time, greeting the day, greeting that sunrise. So I'm gonna play a song. Yes. So I'm gonna play a song, and it's gonna have some lyrics in there that you're not gonna unless you understand Lakota. It's going to be hard to understand, but it also has the translation for it so that in English so that you can understand what is being said. So we're going to do this. We're going to awaken today on start our day on a beautiful harmony, a beautiful note. We're going to greet the day in beauty and love and compassion. We're going to be humble and open ourselves, our minds, our emotions, our bodies, our spirits to what's around us and whatever our higher power might be is guidance and wisdom for us for the day. Because we're always learning each and every day, we're learning something new. Not a day goes by that you don't learn at least one thing that's new to you. So let us begin.
Wale wachelo ate omakiyayo. Wale wachelo ate omakiyayo. Wale wachelo ate omakiyayo. Miyano ene ate omechiyo. Miyano ene yuwa. Oshia chechelo, wale washielo, ate omakiyayo. Wale washielo, ate omakiyayo. Wale washielo, ate omakiyayo. Wichone, 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 chakuki, hello no wachi, no wichone, wichone. Wichone, chakuki, hello no wachi, Oshe manayo, Oshe manayo, Oshe manayo, Oshe manayo. Oshe malayo, Oshe malayo, Oshe malayo, wale wachiyeno, wakata kaya, Oshe malayo, Oshe malayo, Oshe malayo. Oshe malayo, wale wachiyeno, wichone, 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 wichone. Wichone chakuki, hello no wachiyeno. Wichone, 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 wichone chakuki, hello no wachiyeno. Yahweh no hai, Yahweh no hai, no yana Yahweh no hai, Yahweh no hai, no yana Yahweh no hai, no. Yahweh no hai, no yana Yahweh no hai, no. Yana Yahweh no hai, no. Yahweh no hai, no yana Yahweh no hai, no. Yana Yahweh no hai, no. Which your name, 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 Shakuke, hello, no, Machi, no, which your name, which your name. Which your name, which your name, which your name, Chakuke, Hello, Machiano, which your name, 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 Chakuke, Hello, Machiano,
So, these are things we do because it is more important to bring in and our people and waking up and greeting the day. We greet everything. Good morning, Bubbles. Hello, daughter. We greet, we bring greeting. Hey, Renegade, thank you for following. We bring the greeting and blessing of our day. We wake up when the sun rises. We greet it. We greet what comes, what will come today. Whatever may come. And we pray that it is good and holy and with kindness and compassion and understanding and love. These are things that we do and we do all the time. This is a normalcy for traditional indigenous people. We do these things every day. And it sets the mood for the whole entire day and evening until we go to sleep again. Thank you, Solace. It is. These are traditional understandings. Grand Rising, bro. Hey, yeah, Mealy Max, exactly. Thank you for the follow. Rack, thank you for the follow. These are things that we understand because when we do this, it changes our mindset, our way of thinking. So rather than waking up and being angry and hateful and full of vengeance, we wake up and we ask for beauty and love to be in our world and in our day. First words I hear this morning is about rising to the great day. Hey Pizza, good morning. Good morning. These are things that my people have done for tens of thousands of years. You ask yourself, how can indigenous people have endured so much? How is it possible that the OGs of anarchism and are able to do these things? These are some of the ways. These are some of the teachings of my people. So we're going to listen to a very old song, a very holy song That's very important. Yeah. So let us begin. Oi! So that is what we call the creator calling song. Calling the creator in to come help us. Help our pitiful nations. Help us in our life. To have pity on us. These things we forget to too easily we forget these things. We don't realize that, or society that we live in today doesn't allow us to realize that there are other things out there just besides us human beings. And this concrete jungle we live in. There are much more things out there in this world. And when we start to understand that, when we start to wake up and realize that, like, you start to find hope, you start to find love, you start to find respect, you start to find understanding, you start to find healing within inside of yourself. You know, we all have endured being brainwashed by colonialism and capitalism into thinking all kinds of really messed up things. These are things that we have to work on removing from ourselves. Our thought pattern, our way of thinking, our way of life. To get a full understanding of how to properly caretake our Mother Earth or our Grandmother Earth and be a true custodian to help for generations to come that we have, that we're still here on our grandmother, the earth. We need to heal. We need to open up and understand these teachings, understand these universal truths, no matter where you are on the world. These things I've been over since the time that I've been streaming. I've been slowly trying to awaken your mind to these thought patterns, to this way of thinking, to this way of being, to this understanding. That life is much more easier when we're healthier, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. When we're healthier, the four aspects of our being. Whether you don't believe in a spiritual being, or whether you do, we all are still human beings that need healing, that need help, that need love, compassion, understanding. We still need something to live for. We still need to learn, to grow. Basic fundamental human principles and needs. To learn to live those. To learn to live in harmony with everything around us as best as we possibly can. These things I try to show you and teach you. And I hope it resonates with all of you. Because I do truly care about each and every one of you. You mean the world to me. And I want you all to live a healthy and good life. I want that for all of you. No, let's see. Where are we here? Oh, yeah. This lady's always got a nice.
Indigenous people, shine your light, we are equal. I remember the days when our prayers were illegal. I remember the days when being Indian was lethal. Yeah, we had a rough past, but get ready for the sequel. Get ready for the glorious comeback of our people. Oh, yeah. Rise up, all you warriors of love, all you answers to the prayers of our ancestors from above. I can feel it in my heart. Can you feel it in your blood? I can hear the seventh fire calling us to wake up, wake up. All nations rise. Rise up, cause now's your time. We don't have to hide anymore, cause now's the time. All nations rise, rise up, cause now's your time. We don't have to hide anymore, cause now's the time. With forgiveness as my bow and my prayers as my arrows, pull them back and let go. I watch them fly like sparrows, have hope. Yeah, I have hope. With compassion as my shield and faith down to my marrow, I will walk the pollen path even when it gets narrow. Yeah, yeah, I resurrect. Yes, you can bet that we seen the single mama raising children on the res. We seen domestic violence tear apart what we have left. We seen the alcohol take it all and leave us dead. We seen the children take their lives when they can't take the dread anymore. It's a war. Can't take the dread anymore. It's a war. No, we can't take the dread anymore. It's a war. No, we can't take the dread anymore. It's a war, but we've seen it all before. And now we know we can change it, cause that's why we were born. We know we are the ones that we have been waiting for. We are the ones Grandma has been praying for. So rise up, all you warriors of love, all you answers to the prayers of our ancestors from above. I can feel it in my heart, can you feel it in your blood? I can hear the seventh fire calling us to wake up, wake up. Pueblo hermoso, levántense, es nuestro tiempo. No tienes que esconderte más, ahora es nuestro tiempo. Mujer indígena, tú eres tan sagrada. Traigas medicina de tu suelo todavía. A pesar del abuso de tu cuerpo y tu tierra, respetamos tus ancestros y la suya cultura. Hombre indígena, tú eres honorable y yo veo la fuerza que todavía sobrevive. A pesar del abuso de tu raza venerable, yo respeto tus ritos, tus danzas, tus padres. Somos guerreros del amor y guerreros de la paz. Sí, no vamos a escondernos más. Somos guerreros del amor y guerreros de la paz. Sí, no vamos a escondernos más.
They say that history is written by the victors. But how can there be a victor when the war isn't over? The battle has only just begun, and Creator is sending His very best warriors. And this time, it isn't Indians versus cowboys. No, this time, it is all the beautiful races of humanity together on the same side, and we are fighting to replace our fear with love. And this time, bullets, arrows, and cannonballs won't save us. The only weapons that are useful in this battle are the weapons of truth, faith, and compassion.
Oh. So I want to because this late brother, has got some awesome music.
Oh, somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, and the dreams that you dream of once in a lullaby. Oh, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, and the dreams that you dream of, dreams really do come true. Ooh, someday you wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind. Be where trouble melts like lemon drops, high above the chimney top. That's where you find me, oh, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, and the dream that you dare to, oh why can't I? Oh, someday I wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind. Be where trouble melts like a lemon drops, high above the chimney top. That's where you find me, oh, somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. The dreams that you dare to, why, oh why can't I?
I love his voice. I love his voice. And of course, you know, we could not have a day go by or a stream with, if I can find it. Here we go.
He was planking. Oh, look at him.
I love it. I love it. I love it. That is a haka. That is a haka. I love it. I love it. Let's see. I need to try and find. No, that's not it. Pizza was. Oh, was it you, Pizza, that sent me? Was it Pizza? No. Who was it? Dang it. Hmm. Give me a second, guys. Y'all, I'm trying to see if I can find this one that I really like to play. And I really want to play for you all. Just finding where I put it, that's all. And of course, it's not there. Do I go to? Yeah. Maybe this will work. Maybe this is the right one. Yes, this is the right one.
This story's right, this story's true.
Oh, wow. Yo, Radio, thank you for giving out the 10 gift subs. Tier 3 to boot. Damn, Radio. Thank you very much, man. I greatly appreciate that. Damn. Wow. Awesome. That is, damn. Whoa. Yeah, Marcus, even the cop came to Haka. Damn, Radio. I truly appreciate that. Much love, much respect. Awesome. You've just made 10 people extremely happy, Radio. Damn. So we're gonna, from our Australian relatives, we're gonna listen to a song from over there. That's a lot of tier 3s. Yeah, pizza, that is a lot of tier 3s. Damn. Radio, did you hit the lottery? If you did, congratulations, and I am honored and truly appreciate that you gave out 10 tier 3 gift subs to this community. I am honored and grateful. Thank you very much. Half Truth, thank you once again. Yo, honored, great, awesome. Thank you for gift subbing to Pantera. And congratulations. Oh, jeez. We just started a hype train. Marcus, you started the hype train, bro. You're continuing the gift sub. I started the hype train. Damn, y'all. Damn. Is it just me, or is it saying that we actually hit level 5 on all of that? Like, the tier 3s put it straight to level 5. Yeah, right? Damn. Oh, he hit big on Dogecoin. Oh, awesome. Congratulations. Holy hell, that's a home run. I know, right? It's just like, bam. Didn't even take a moment to like chill or go through the different levels. It just went straight to a level 5. Bam. Damn. Damn. Oh, aw, my daughter with the 1K biddies. Thank you, my girl. Damn. Y'all just blowing me away with your generosity. Damn. We got 3 minutes left on the level 5 hype train. Damn. But in all fairness, it just went straight bam to level 5, so damn. Damn. Mm-hmm. Straight to the moon. Oh, pizza. Thank you for the 100. I'm not B-flush right now. All good, bruh. All good. I appreciate the 100 biddies. You know I love you, pizza. Oh, Comrade Bubbles, subscribe to tier 3. Oh, my girl. Hey, Rumanoid. Uh-huh. Y'all are so beautiful. Truly. Y'all are fucking beautiful.
Chicago 5, Monday starting at 3 on CTV Drama Channel. You're watching CTV Drama Channel. This program contains mature subject
No doubt, right? Hey, Half Truth.
We found traces of mercury fulminate in the lower extremities, higher concentration on the patellates, and the greatest was where he was stabbed.
I am working on getting, yeah, pizza. Damn. Damn.
Not trying knives, balls, picks, but nothing matches. Who would use mercury fulminate? It's used in neon lights, batteries, by taxidermists, entertainers, and in the manufacture of explosives.
I am working on getting more emotes. But yeah, I've never seen such a hype train. I think I have been some of like the much huger streamers than me that have like, you know, way over 1K and shit, right? I know. Good morning, Momo. Have you been to sleep yet, Momo? If not, why aren't you? Hello? With big brother eyes looking at you? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I get you. All good. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bubbles, my girl, for gifting a 3 months of tier 1 to Momo. Damn. Hey, 777. Holy number. Nice. Nice. Damn. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are fucking awesome.
Where were you on the night that Dr. Webster died? You can't be serious.
Sarah finds out some asbestos on her face and kills her. I was in Wales visiting my parents.
Sure, but it's 80 years ago.
I joined university to meet women.
I just, don't know what to say, man. Y'all are fucking awesome. Fuck yeah. I'm happy too, Bubbles. Cause right now every bit of penny that comes in from streaming with gift subs, biddies, and the donations for my GoFundMe are all going to getting a whole new computer setup instead of this old stuff that I have. So, it's all going towards getting everything set up. So I appreciate it so very fucking much. Y'all don't know how much this just means to me. I was telling Momo and Twin Rabbit sent me a beautiful birthday present for my birthday, and I was telling them, all of my life I've had to always steal or beg or borrow, or I've always had to steal something. I've always had to commit a crime, so to speak, in order to get something nice. All my life, I've never been able to shake enough to be able to get something really decent and nice for myself, or have someone give me something really nice and stuff like that. It's y'all are fucking breaking my heart, man. Y'all are fucking making me cry. Y'all don't know how much it means to me. So we are going to play this song in I know, right, Bubbles? It's like, damn. Wait, hold up. I was lurking while driving. I missed the hype train. Did I get a gift sub? Apparently you did, Drew. Drew Beans, apparently you got a gift sub. You have a feather in front of your name. And a tier 1 or a tier 3 as well. Like, for real, Drew. And I think that might have been radio. Let me see. Drew Beans, yes. Radio was gracious enough to gift you a tier 3. Tier 3 is basically gold bars. Yeah, right, Jimdo? Only one of my favorite emotes, to be honest. One of my favorite. Yeah, I know. I am looking at trying to get set up so you'll see a little image. Say probably over here on the right side of a buffalo and like a 3D or 2D image of a buffalo and it talking when I'm talking. So these are some of the things that are in the works to come. Every little bit helps, every little bit. I'm glad more people have them so I can see them now. I know, right? Pizza, were you tired of being the sad and lonely, the only? Man. Y'all are fucking just awesome. Well, but it's Saturday. My daughter just might hang out with her dad. Okay, let's get to our video.
This story's right, this story's true. I would not tell lies to you, like the promises they did not keep, and how they fenced us in like sheep. Said to us, come take our hand, set us up on mission land, told us to read, to write and pray. Then they took the children away, took the children away, the children away. Snatched from their mother's breast, said this is for the best, took them away. Welfare and the police came, said you've got to understand, we'll give to them what you can't give. Teach them how to really live. Teach them how to live, they say. Humiliated them instead. Taught them that and taught them this. And others taught them prejudice. You took the children away. The children away. Breaking our mothers' heart, carrying us all about, took them away. One dark day on frowning hand, came and didn't give a damn. My mother cried, go get their dad. He came running, fighting me. Mother's tears were falling down. Dad shaped up and stood his ground. He said, you touch my kids and you fight me. Then they took us from our family, took us away. They took us away. Snatched from our mother's breast, but this is for the best, took us away.
Hey, zombie.
Told us what to do and say. Taught us all the white man's way. Then they split us up again and gave us gifts to ease the pain. Sent us off to foster homes. As we grew up, we felt alone, 'cause we were acting white, yet feeling black. One sweet day, all the children came back, the children came back. The children came back. Back where their hearts go strong, back where they all belong, the children came back. Said the children came back. The children came back. Back where they understand, back to their mother's land, the children came back. Back to their mother, back to their father, back to their sister, back to their brother, back to their people, back to their land. All the children came back. The children came back. The children came back. Yes, I came
Yo. Damn, I love that song. But in the same token, this goes to show where indigenous people are. We have all gone through the same thing. And I don't know about you all, but I'm gonna play this song again because I actually really enjoy this song and I like it. Y'all down with that? Should we play it again? And hey Ryan, thank you for following. Ja Ryan, thank you for following. Do y'all mind if we listen to it again? Y'all down for it? It's all good? Trash, yo, what up? Good morning, homie. All right, we're gonna play this again.
This story's right, this story's true. I would not tell lies to you, like the promises they did not keep, and how they fenced us in like sheep. Said to us, come take our hand, set us up on mission lane, told us to read, to write and pray. Then they took the children away, took the children away, the children away. Snatched from their mother's breast, said this is for the best, took them away. Welfare and the police came, said you've got to understand, we'll give to them what you can't give. Teach them how to really live, teach them how to live, they said. Humiliated them instead, taught them that and taught them this, and others taught them prejudice. You took the children away, the children away, breaking our mother's heart, tearing us all apart, took them away. One dark day on frowning hand, came and didn't give a damn. My mother cried, go get their dad. He came running, fighting me. Mother's tears were falling down. Dad shaped up and stood his ground. He said, you touch my kids and you fight me. Then they took the stronger family, took us away. They took us away. Snatched from our mother's breast, said this is for the best, took us away. Told us what to do and say, taught us all the white man's way. Then they split us up again and gave us gifts to ease the pain. Sent us off to foster homes. As we grew up, we felt alone, 'cause we were acting white, yet feeling black. One sweet day, all the children came back, the children came back. The children came back, back where their hearts go strong, back where they all belong. The children came back, said the children came back, the children came back, back where they understand, back to their mother's land. The children came back, back to their mother, back to their father, back to their sister, back to their all the children came back. The children came back. The children came back. Yes, I came
Damn. Yo. Y'all know, well, some of you might know, but the reason why this song I love and hold so dearly and cuts deep into my heart and my soul is in your bio it says you're from the Secret Group by Mixtapes as well. Yeah. Yeah. To Ryan, yes. Because I went through that same shit. Being stolen at 3 months old from my mom. Foster homes, being adopted out to people who weren't my family. They've done their best to keep it a secret, but it's becoming out more and more. You can like literally search it now, 60 Scoop Canada, and you'll find it. That's why this song just holds a very
Canadians have 20% of our planet's fresh water. So with shortages worldwide, we must set an example.
if I can talk, holy shit. This song holds a very deep and dear spot in my heart. Yeah, zombie, and it's still happening today up here in Canada too.
Tonight, I'll be eating chicken tikka masala garlic now. Good. I need that. Patrick. Yes, sir, Patrick. Sir.
Your whole team's here up and down. Plus moves and aiming camera. The best part of waking up. Soldiers in uniform.
Thanks, Mealy Max. Wasn't easy, that's for sure. You know,
Kind of starts really tongue cold and flu symptoms.
You're the best. Extra strength.
you see, at 4 months old, while I was in foster care, they took such poor care of me that I ended up catching a severe case of pneumonia that completely destroyed my lungs. And I was literally it was like touch and go. I literally was like, could like leave the planet at any moment. For whatever reason, my uncles tell me that through our culture in understanding that Tonka Shela, I guess, in translated to English, the best way the best translation, closest and best translation of the word Tonkashela in my language into English would be the closest relative thing that you can get to it would be like the Holy Spirit blew a second breath of life into me, and that's why I'm here today. And then they sold me to a white home where at the age of 4 years old they started beating me, molesting me, torturing me, locking me up and nude in a closet for hours upon hours every day. Then at 13, when I finally decided to put an end to it, I got locked up from 13 till 18. After trying to explain to them what I had gone through, they didn't want to hear it. I was the dirty, savage Indian, and the adopted family were the good white Christians. And I was the one that was locked up for 5 years, from 13 till 18. Hmm. This is what they do to us indigenous people. Hey, Cooper, thank you for the follow. This is what they've done. I know, right, Trash? This is the things that they do. And they don't like people to talk about it because they don't want the population to know to the extent of the things they do. This is why a lot of the times you see on my channel we're talking about the 60 scoop residential schools, child welfare system, the foster care system, the missing and murdered indigenous women and girls, the overrepresentation of indigenous men in jails. This is why we keep talking about it. This is why I focus on it. Aw, thanks, Mag. Thank you for gifting out 2 tiers, 2 tier 1s to Trash and Jarayan. Awesome. I truly do appreciate that, Cola. I truly do appreciate that. Pilama. I have spent the last 20 plus years learning my culture, learning my people's way of life, trying to make up for lost time, trying to heal. I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna play this song one more time. I just got it. I know it's getting repetitive, but I just gotta hear it one more time. I just got to. I hope you all will hang out, stay, and still be here to listen to this song one more time.
This story's right, this story's true. I would not tell lies to you, like the promises they did not keep, and how they fenced us in like sheep. Said to us, come take our hand, set us up on mission land, told us to read, to write and pray. Then they took the children away, took the children away, the children away. Snatched from their mother's breast, said this is for the best, took them away. Welfare and the policeman said you've got to understand, we'll give to them what you can't give. Teach them how to really live. Teach them how to live, they said. Humiliated them instead. Taught them that and taught them this. And others taught them prejudice. And took the children away. The children away. Breaking our mother's heart, tearing us all apart, took them away. One dark day on frowning hand, came and didn't give a damn. My mother cried, go get their dad. He came running, fighting mad. Mother's tears were falling down. Dad shaped up and stood his ground. He said, you touch my kids and you fight me. Then they took a stronger family, took us away. They took us away. Snatched from our mother's grace, said this is for the best, took us away. Told us what to do and say. Toys of a white man's way. Then they split us up again and gave us gifts to ease the pain. Sent us off to foster homes. As we grew up, we felt alone, 'cause we were acting white, yet feeling black. One sweet day, all the children came back, the children came back, the children came back. Back where their hearts grow strong, back where they all belong, the children came back. Said the children came back, the children came back. Back where they understand, back to their mother's land, the children came back. Back to their mother, back to their father, back to their sister, back to their brother, back to their people. All the children came back, the children came back, the children came back. Yes, I came back.
Whew. Good song. Good song. Hey, Generic World, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello from Brazil. Well, hello from the Sioux Territory up in Canada. Welcome in. Welcome into the indigenous country. Let's see.
#1 in Canada by L'Oreal Paris. And now, try new Magic Root Rescue for up to 4 weeks of permanent coverage.
There ain't things that can overwhelm you. Obviously doesn't know you. I see how. I see the door, to relax. Rise from pain.
I think we're going to play a little bit of this. Let's get a little...
We were told long ago that we would see America come and go.
Story Girl.
I wondered what generation...
Hey, Story Girl. Welcome in. Hi. Good morning. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay, thank you. I hope you're doing okay.
That would be. What would be the signs that we would see America in its failing times? And I think we're in that. And I think that this kind of exploitation is more recognizable and identifiable. The cultures are getting stronger and beginning to realize it's about your own survival and not about America so much. But the more pollution there is, the more cancer there is. So you begin to see a nation dying from within.
So what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough. From this day forth, now all the days we're standing up. Too many years you oppressed us, infect us with your disease and left us. Millions of my people dead, now you expect us to forgive and forget like it don't affect us. You could try to change history and hide that it wasn't genocide, but read between the lines and you will find war crimes masterminded. Now you wonder why people turn to suicide and have a hard time searching and finding who they really are, cause they're constantly reminded of the time when you came uninvited, entered our homes and took your young kids crying away from their families. The tragedies left scars so deep, no apologies will ever cover up the pain that you caused us. Now is the day where you see my people stand up. So what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough. From this day forth, now all the days we're standing up. Now all the days you'll come in and respect us. Gone all the days you apprehend and offend us. Pretend to us you're a friend, but forget trust. We all know the scheme that you're hiding your agendas. We all see through the deceit and the lies. A smile in the skies, but your eyes can't hide it. But now is the time we'll speak and we'll rise. All you want is a demise, but we can't stay silent. Through our chiefs and the elders we have guided. Divided we fall, but together stand united. For our earth and the water we will fight it. Our mother earth is crying, now you can't deny it. We are not the enemy that we're set to be. We're thinking of the generation that's ahead of me. So we'll continue to take the earth back for all of us. White, black, or brown, well together we should stand up. So what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generation's most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough. From this day forth, now all the days we're standing up.
And in a world where we need to build on mutual respect, is moving slowly across this country and educating people. So I think there's a time when all racism will be abolished.
I think I'm gonna check out this new one from them. I haven't checked it out yet. So we're gonna do a preview of this new song from Okima that I have not seen yet. So we're all seeing it. If you have seen it, you know, no spoilers. If you haven't, then you're in the same spot as me, and we are going to check it out.
Very good evening. I've marked a few other possible suspects as profile doubt exhibits the right amount of rage and self-justifying vendors.
Forgot about reality. You got me I can't walk back.
Cause I've been sitting here in the rain again, trying to find a way through this pain again, yeah. But I've been doing this to myself for far too long. Cause I've been sitting here in the rain again, trying to find a way through this pain again, yeah. But I've been doing this to myself for far too long. I'm sitting there, just thinking about all the pain that I've been holding now. But lately it's been taking a toll and I can't cope. And lately it just feels like I'm all alone. So I turn away and I run from home, leaving my family behind with no hope. I'm sorry for the hurt I've been bringing you, but daddy never learns that his demons rule. I'm dealing with some trauma that I hope you'll never know. Cause I've been sitting here in the rain again, trying to find a way through this pain again, yeah. But I've been doing this to myself for far too long. Cause I've been sitting here in the rain again, trying to find a way through this pain again, yeah. But I've been doing this to myself for far too long. But even though this hurt never goes away, daddy holds his word that he's gonna stay. I'll never let them take me away from you, no. Until I find my way, mommy keeps you safe. I know you see her cry and you see her pain, but that's because daddy let her down too low. But you can learn from daddy's mistakes today, and hopefully tomorrow I can come to stay. But for a little while I think it's best that I go. Cause I've been sitting here in the rain again, trying to find a way through this pain again, yeah. But I've been doing this to myself for far too long. Cause I've been sitting here in the rain again, Trying to find a way through this pain again, yeah. But I've been doing this to myself for far too long.
Damn. Yo, that's deep. That is deep. I don't know about you all, but damn, man. That was deep. That was deep.
No, eyes over here, okay? Eyes on him, not on him. No. Chris Gunn.
That was some deep music right there. I try to stream daily, but sometimes I do take. There are times when I take like a few days off, and it's usually like when I know I'm going on a panel or some kind of being invited onto someone else's stream. So I'll usually take that day off, or depending upon my health, if I'm not feeling very well that day, then I take time off. But I try to stream every day. Usually in the mornings, because I find at the nighttime, I got a popcorn kernel stuck in my gum and now it's all swollen. Damn, zombie. Well, you're not supposed to eat popcorn like first thing in the morning. Bubbles, you're still here. Yay. My daughter's still here. Ollie.
A constant struggle, wasting time buying food you don't need. Life getting in the way of eating well. Unable to satisfy your picky eater. Stuck in a rut of the same recipes over and over again. With HelloFresh, dinner is different. Pre-portioned
It's only 4 a.m.
step-by-step recipes.
Silly zombie. Chicks are for kids. Hey, Phenomenon. How you doing? I'm glad you were recommended to me. Love the music. I'll definitely be dropping back in, but I gotta get my day started. Okay, Ja Ryan. I appreciate you coming, hanging out with us. Welcome back anytime. So we're gonna get into a little bit of a different genre, kind of. Yeah, let's get into it.
I've been too stuck to my ways. I've been so out of my place. Yeah, I'm a slave. 500 years it's a race. Shackles and buckles with chains. 500 days. I've been too stuck to my ways. I've been so out of my place. Yeah, I'm a slave. 500 years it's a race. Shackles and buckles, shackles and chains. Bozzy be back. Flex up on a lil just to show him where we at. Wait, hey, snotty in fact. Eagles in the sky just to guide us on the path. Wait, come and see the vision. Niggas been counting on me, I can feel it. Wait, hey, I'ma go get it. Put that on my mama, niggas really bout his business. Ooh, hey, 500, 300 days. Ancestors held down their chains, rest to the graves. So for a soul, my goal is to roll out a nigga that craves all of my pain. Roll out a marble, my name is intact. That Skrilla is killer, my niggas stay back. Their choppers be bustin' if you want some slack. I kill for my family, that shit is a fact.
One time for the home down the res road. 2 times for the crew in the city though. Legend has it that creator made an animal. Yeah, and he know I'm an animal. 1 time for the home down the res road. 2 times for the crew in the city though. Legend has it that creator made an animal. Yeah, and he know I'm an animal.
Do your head hang low? Does it wobble to the flow? Crater, tell me when to go. Hell nah, I ain't ashamed of my drum. Fucking mean, bro. I feel it in my soul. You ain't even know. Granddaddy was a real one. Rest in peace to my oh. Cause realize still. Like grandpa, like grandson. Big headed need you for real. Fuck how you feel. Hard not to see us. We came out of left field. Fuck it, mask off in this bitch and reveal a monster. I be going for the kill. Started from nothing to stamps on the passport. Chin up, eyes down at the airport. Spent the summer living out the suitcase. Went from couch surfing to a new wave. 500 years, my people been humble. 500 years, we dealt with the struggle. 500 more years for rolling my youngest. For 500 years, we've been drumming and drumming. Geronimo back, set the bull back, crazy horseback, Pontiac back. No key ain't me, let the hair free. Cause I didn't choose my spirit, though my spirit chose me. Whoa. At the back of the plane, hey yeah. Singing John Wayne's teeth, hey yeah. They say go back where you came, hey yeah. I tell them you should do the same, hey yeah. Look, to all my relations, hop a 2 feathers up now. It's a glorious occasion. Welcome to the 7th generation club. What up? 1 time for the home down the Res Road. 2 times for the crew in the city though. Legend has it that creator made an animal. You didn't know I'm an animal. 1 time for the home down the Res Road. 2 times for the crew in the city though. Legend has it that creator made an animal. You didn't know I'm an animal.
Is your drum off white? Is your brakes done tight? Then we gon' be alright. All eyes on me like I'm not a human being. Look, we gon' be alright. I got savage on my chest like Supreme. Savage DNA in my jeans. Crater rolls everything around me cream. I'ma be alright with my team. Yeah, Crater take the wheel, man, I'm going in. Res rip, res chick, res accent. I got broke boy ambitions, that was back then. Now I'm in the winter's back up paying taxes. Cause a stairway to heaven isn't really made of gold. No church in a while, so Crater made an animal. I'm thankful as fuck. I got both palms up, now my hands are full. Your label is savage, your label is native. We make it, you make it, the future First Nations. Thank the curator for all of these favors. Monet on the radar, we finally famous. No time for vacation, the penthouse is vacant. Dream catches me chasers, I'm off reservation. My neighbor's Caucasian, excuse my behavior, I can't even help it. I'm snotty by nature. From minor to major, my brain's getting braver. Monet to the grave, put that in a waiver. I've run out of patience, I can't even think it. Man, we the new raiders, we want it, we take it. Protect your location from nation to nation, where everything's sacred from cedar to raven. Curators, curations, my ancient relations, and we the replacements. Goddamn, it's amazing. They've been praying for my downfall. Pray the day never comes up. Dark night in the field. Creator made an animal.
Oh yeah, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Love it. Good music, good music, good music. All right, all right. For the sisters in the chat, this one's for y'all. Much love.
How are you? Back with you on Off the Hook Radio. It's DJ Buddha Blaze. You know, Electric Powwow is going on tonight. That's right, a tribe called Red. Are you going to check them out? Give me a call. Let me know. Let's get into the latest from nation to nation. This is Sisters.
Yo. You know that's dope, right? That's dope. So, one of the other things I'm going to do before I start looking into what's going on and getting into more news area or education area, we're going to play this one.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of.
And now you do what they told ya. 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 And now you do what they told ya.
Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of.
And now you do what they told ya. 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 And now you do what they told ya.
Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what you're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what you're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what. Yeah, come on.
You won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Motherfucker!
Proceeds from this video will be going to the Bail Project, and you can read more about that organization below. We thought that it would be a cool idea.
I love that song. I love that song. And yes, it is a very good copy of the song. Ooh. I think this is something that we really need to start looking at. And I'm going to...
Have you ever heard a river talk? The voices in the stream. Hear the laughter and the joy and the terror and the scream. There's something there I know there is if we listen to the earth once more.
My name is Deb Abrahamson. My tribal name is Skunkumilchin. I'm a member of the Spokane tribe as well as the Coeur d'Alene and Dene. My parents are Anita and Smokey Abrahamson. My grandparents are Cecilia and Magnus Abrahamson and Basil Pion and Louise. On my mother's side, I am of the Bethlejini and Nakaidane clans from the Navajo Nation. And I would like to say that I'm honored today to be here and just to go ahead and speak about something that's very sacred to our people, and that's the water that we see today. We're at the confluence of Blue Creek and the Spokane River here. Before Grand Coulee was built, this was a very small, fast-moving river. It wasn't a huge mass of water like this. You could ford it fairly easily at spots, so it was not like it is today. And there were encampments and houses that people built all along this river. Further down, they had orchards.
Pizza, it would be nation. And you would try to learn that nation's name that they use. Like mine is a Honkpapa, Dakota Nation. Usually when people talk, our traditional way of introducing ourselves is by giving our lineage and our nation we come from. Tribe for a long time has been very much so used because it was a colonizer's wording and English wording put in place in order to try and make people think that we were not sovereign nations when we are sovereign nations. Because you don't make treaties with tribes, you don't make treaties with citizens or conquered people. You make treaties with free sovereign nations. Okay, I was wondering on the smaller grouping. I guess clan or greater family are sets. Yeah, it would be clan or society. I come from both the Eagle Society and the Buffalo Society from the Hunkpapa Dakota Nation. But my mom is Eagle from the Eagle Society, and my dad is from the Buffalo Society. So because we are a matriarchal society, I would be leaning on because we follow our mother and our mother's clan or society. So I would be more along the lines of the Eagle Society or Wamble Oyate. But I'm also a part of the Dakota Oyate, the Buffalo.
This is the FC Eco Cherry Color Printer. I'm on fire cartridges. Big ink text. Lots of ink. Print it up.
See, when I was growing up, I didn't know any of this pizza. I didn't know any of this, man. I grew up thinking I was Icelandic, a Viking. That's what I grew up thinking as a child because I was stolen from pretty much 3 months old. So buffalo and eagle, you can be two things. Yeah. The reason why you can be two things is because you have your father's society or clan and you have your mother's society or clan. Although it is we have a matriarchal society, so we lean more towards our mother's society or clan. Hi, Rain and Salamander. Well, Yuna, I don't know who Rain is, but Salamander is a very, very, very good friend of mine. So if you fuck around in here, you'll be gone. Just letting you know. And then you can add an extra one. So because of that, because we are a matriarchal society or a matriarchal people, we go with what our mother's clan is or society is. Although we still are a part of our fathers. I think I got banned because I said humanity is the virus and Corona is the cure. Well, don't be saying that shit around here. Straight up, dude. Or dudette. Don't be saying that straight shit up here. Okay?
Your other size, pick up Dr. Sweets and turn it upside down.
That's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Oh, no, 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 you don't. Sorry.
And just so you're fully aware,
So it's probably not public. Anyone else have access to the equipment? The print was emailed to me. Never was surprised and enraged by that image.
just so you're fully aware, Bubbles is my daughter, and if she kicks you, you're not gonna get me saying, "Oh," or going up against that. So just be fully aware. Same with any of my other mods in here. If they don't like what you're saying and they toss you down the road, sorry. So mind your P's and Q's, be respectful, be open-minded enough to learn, and you'll be fine. Yeah. Just be chill and don't condemn humanity for the actions of you. Exactly.
You told me to pick you up. Dinner?
I am so sorry. There's been an emergency.
Okay, you want to reschedule? Whatever.
So, anyways, yeah, like I was saying, pizza.
We're going to Coldplay, remember?
How does non-binary people fit in the family dynamic? Oh, they are. They are. You know,
We're going to the concert.
we had what we called best translation into English would be two-spirited.
You're dating this guy? No, I don't like that term. It has an integrated moral and needless and restrictive connotation.
And who are you? Obviously, a guy who's not feeling his relative.
Trash.
Jason, Mark?
So non-binary people are very much so an intricate part of indigenous way of life and culture and society and community. They are actually very much honored people. We call them two-spirited. Pretty organic indigenous folks are better at and be understanding than the whites. Yeah, we are. You are fully welcome to be you. No one here is gonna get away with trying to deny you that your right to exist is who you want to be and who you are. You're fully welcome. Although granted, I'm a bit of a boomer, so I might say different things, but specifically people say indigenous, what is that referring to? That would be those of us native people that are like in North America, South America, Central America, the Polynesian Islands, New Zealand, and Australia. That would be basically. They are seen as being very special in the tribe in forms traditional way. Yeah, exactly, Mag. Exactly. No problem, pizza. Yeah, we. So basically, everyone that didn't have an empire at some point. Well, I don't know what you're talking about by empire. If you're talking like we had civilization, we had, Lord knows, hardcore way of life. Oh, Trump 2020, Biden sucks. Wow. Do those like Aztecs or Mayans count as indigenous or Egyptians? Aztecs and Mayans, yes, and I do believe Egyptians also are a part of that.
Oh, thank you. Just supposed to get a
My daughter, I love her.
I was visiting the possibility that I might enjoy having this freaky conversation with someone. Since the murder, I'm considering the argument from Monday.
Right then, one down, sweet.
I do believe they would probably be indigenous to their people over there, yeah. So that is quite possible.
Sorry. What about KGs?
Hint of, I guess they
Nice, Renegade. Nice.
Is it typical for you two to discuss your love lives? Well, we don't
Kanye should be president. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna let my mods deal with this, because that's the joy of having mods. He's just chauvinistic. What about him? Taiwan used to have a Polynesian style indigenous culture. Yeah. Aw, are you going to stream, my girl? Are you gonna go start your streaming day? And you're gonna leave your dear old dad? Yo. Goodbye. Talking about selling children on the black market. Goodbye. We don't tolerate that shit here at all. Sorry. That's just unacceptable. Exactly, Meg. Bubbles, do you have to work this morning? Like, seriously? Okay, my girl, you have a great day. Okay, let's get back to this. Got the yeah. It's reading Revolutionary Witchcraft, yeah. So let's get back to our video we're watching about water is life, it's sacred.
Orchards that were set up down toward Two Rivers. There used to be orchards and small townships that got covered. So it's very different what you see today than what it was. I mean, it was a lot more of the timber. In the past, this area used to be just rich with fish and rich with all kinds of river mollusks and river eel. And our people used these items to survive. And we were known as river people. And when the dam came forward, Grand Coulee Dam, we lost that lifeways. We lost the use of the river as it was meant to be for our people. And that's very unfortunate because, you know, right now we see this wondrous body of water, this huge body of water, but it's really backed up because a dam was built. Prior to that, we had a river that was just filled with salmon and all other kinds of fish for use by our people. And we don't have that any longer. We had a land where we had berries to be gathered, particularly in this area. Our family used to gather chokecherries, and we can't do the chokecherries any longer because we've also had other resources taken from our lands that created contamination. And unfortunately today where we sit is one of the most contaminated arenas because we sit in an arena that is on the one bluff was a mine site called Sherwood Mine, and then down this Blue Creek drainage is the contamination from another mine called Midnight Uranium Mine. And so the concerns are that at one time when we had a river that flowed of its own accord and it flowed freely, And the people lived along this river in a far freer way than we live today. And we lived off of the land. We took what we needed. We didn't take more than we needed. And it kept our people alive for generations and centuries. And now there's concerns in terms of what the river has to offer may not always be good. And so that's one of the reasons we're here today, is to take a look at this arena and the contamination that we're actually standing on, and be able to understand why we need to protect the rivers as we do, and why we need to protect the lands as they should be protected, and that's for future generations. There's another tributary, it's called Shimmikin Creek, and our family had a home built there, and found out that there was also drainage from a mill site into Shimmikin Creek, and so have not lived in that home as a result of the level of contamination that drains along Shimmikin Creek. SHAW was formed to address the uranium impacts and the contamination, the environmental toxins that have invaded our lands and our waterways. And SHAL stands for Sovereignty, Health, Air, Water, and Land. And it's comprised of a group of people, tribal members mainly, who want to make a difference and bring to the surface some of the concerns that our people face, and look at how preventative activities can happen to ensure that we do have a future generation for our people. Because one of the concerns that has occurred is that the level of health issues that have impacted the community. And so SHAL has conducted educational as well as advocacy, and also been able to work with other organizations to bring to the surface some of the concerns that we're facing as communities that live here, but also as generations of tribal members who will inevitably, be born here and then die here. So sometimes when these decisions happen that direly impact our people, they're decisions made solely by non-natives who live off reservation and who will never live here and have no reason to even care about what is occurring to the people in this community. So that's basically why SHAL exists, is to look at the impacts and to address the concerns, whether it be the environmental toxins that exist in these waterways, in the lands, as well as our subsistence foods, the moose, elk, deer, and our fish, and then our medicinal and our berries that we gather through the year, to be able to use those free of, with our minds free, that they're not contaminated.
Hey.
Right now we can't do that. We can't know that deer or elk have not been impacted by the toxins of the mine sites, because there are some open pits that they can get into. And then the waterways, we don't know the exact nature of the contamination. We only know that there's been generations of contamination coming down these streams. And so it's very much a concern in terms of looking at how to find support and help the people understand the importance of taking care of themselves and their children in light of these environmental toxins. The community is gathering for another spiritual healing, to be able to look at not only health-wise, but spiritually, the impact of the level of loss of our people through decades of genocidal movement that we've had to, we were subjected to, and yet the tribe has survived the boarding schools and, you know, the poor health care that has been provided by the government, and the taking of the resource drainage. We continue to survive and work at developing different means of being able to help the people understand that there are alternative ways, that as long as we can look at helping ourselves move forward, then we can make a better world for ourselves. We know what we need, we know what our families need, and if we sit and wait for others to do for us, then we're going to be waiting a long time, and we can't afford that. We have to be looking at what helped our people survive, and those kinds of things that helped our people survive, and Shawl has been a part of it, is like cultural revitalization of the foods by taking young mothers and their children out and going digging and helping them learn and understand. We've done that type of work. We've conducted educational seminars and brought people forward to be able to help people prepare for the EPA hearings that are necessary to have public input and help people understand the importance of their voices at the table. We also work at helping our council understand by trying to bring in people who will speak to the issues from other areas and help them learn about the environmental toxins and help them by providing them with information about upcoming decisions that are happening, for instance, with a compensation process for former uranium workers. We ask our government to go forward when they do visit in Washington, D.C., to be able to go and meet with the officials that are directly involved in the compensation to former uranium workers and help them advocate for our community, because as of yet, and this program has gone on since 1991, we have yet to have one former uranium worker be compensated for the level of sacrifice that they have endured as a result of working in the uranium industry. So we've done quite a number of things in that way, and in working along with other people, other organizations, we've been able to gain and garnish support.
So, for those of you who have either light or mild or in between or asthma, choke cherries, when dried out and then made into a paste and then placed upon your chest, help you with those issues. It is a very strong medicine. People used to eat them a lot too. There's also choke cherry juice people make, choke cherry ice cream, or what would be considered potato ice cream. Yes. So choke cherries are very useful. Very useful. Very good for you.
Support from the Southwest, particularly the Navajo tribe, and from some of the Eastern tribes who've dealt with Washington, D.C. to help us meet with some of those, some of our representatives like Senator Cantwell and Senator Murray, and really advocate for the needs of our community and also maintain the importance of our waters and our land. And
Oh, that reminds me before I forget, Buggy DeWiddle, welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
and to really help us preserve and go back to what we once were, which were a strong people that relied heavily on the gifts that the Creator provided us initially. And that's what we look at is, we know water is sacred. We know this land is sacred. And for generations and centuries, our people kept it that way. And with the influence of capitalism and commerce and now pure greed, we're losing that, not only as a people on the front lines, but we're losing that as a society, because it always seems as if the corporations, their say comes before us as people, and we need to reverse that. And I believe there are movements, and through the efforts that are going on right now, that is happening. And we can only move forward, and people can really begin to think about, what can I do to change this? I'm just one person. Well, there's a lot one person can do to change this. Because this water and this land and all of these gifts that have been provided, all of our peoples have survived in our own ways, whether it's we eat this kind of meat, that kind of meat, or we eat no meat. We have survived through these gifts that have been provided us. Our ancestors knew how to survive. If each one of us goes back and looks at what did our ancestors do, and many of the mainstream society.
Pizza, you can find that in my Discord. You can find that link and stuff in my Discord under the video shares. And yes, please don't overforge. Be responsible. Don't go. Just take what you need. Don't go overboard, please. Be responsible.
Society, their ancestors were farmers who took care of the land, who took care of the water. Just as our tribal people did, took care of the land, took care of the water. And
I already did one, Trash, and I do believe that they want me to come back for another one later on. Yeah, I did one 2 days ago, yeah. And from what I understand, they would like me to come back and for another one at some other time. So, you know. Yeah, I like EJ. Yeah, it's in my video share, I believe. That's why I found you, and when I saw you on my recommend this morning, I had to come in and check it out. Nice, Renegade, nice. And it should be, yes, it should be in my video shares in my Discord channel. Because I think,
Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in a bleach
I believe you're in my Discord, Trash.
extremely dry, cracked lips.
If I remember correctly.
The nose provides air filter. The vibe uses powered suction to clean your nose and flush out dangerous germs. And it leaves injection.
Okay, so yeah, it's in my video shares section.
The vibe. Clean nose, healthy life.
Sweetwood orange is naturally rich in vitamin C. A vitamin
Well, Renegade, apparently it brought you here. I'm actually really I'm really happy that I'm showing up in algorithms and stuff. So you know, that's really cool. That means I'm growing. My channel and this community is growing, and I love it. You know, we're all very awesome people. So, and I suppose if people are showing up, like we've had just recently, I guess that also means that I'm showing up in different recommendations and stuff. So, sounds cool. I like it. I like it. We're growing. That's good.
And that's all we ask is for people today to think about how it is that I can help. What can I do to make it simpler and easier? And a lot of it is just living simpler, doing the things that we need to do, and not go for all of the razzmatazz that the corporations and the greediness puts before us, because it isn't working, and we know that. And as long as we continue to fight for the life of this water, as long as we continue to fight for the life of the land and the birds and the air, then we're fighting for our own life, we're fighting for that of our family and our community, but most importantly for future generations who deserve it more than any of us right now. And there were sacrifices our people did. Many of our ancestors sacrificed for us so we can be here standing, breathing, and living. And we owe that to the future generations. So that's part of what Shawl has been about, is to make sure that we move these things forward and we keep being mindful that it's not so much about us today, it's about what comes in the future. And that's what we've been taught, that water's life, it's sacred, and we can't give up the fight. Sometimes with all of the pollution that has occurred, you know, you feel the pain of the water. But, you know, it's like the river's saying, I'm okay, I'll make it. I'm okay, I'll make it. Because the Creator has something ahead for us. And the Creator made this sacred. And I really believe that it will continue. And the river is saying,
there's the joining my Discord link.
Gamma Go One said.
I'm okay right now. I'm okay. They used to talk about being so anxious to when the salmon were going to come and everybody getting ready and preparing for hard work and preparing for long days of just working and being together to do the gathering and being together to harvest the salmon.
Renegade Incubus said.
I always tell a story, like one grandmother told a story about how when she was 12, down at Little Falls, and she would be sent in to Little Falls before the dam was built down there, and there would be pools of water where she would have to go in, and she was in essence the bait for the river eel. So the eels would come up and suction to her legs, and she would have to have like a stick and a container and get those eels off of her legs. But it was scary, yet she said exciting at the same time, and she knew she was helping a lot of people because there was going to be good food for a long time for that winter. And she would always laugh at being, you know, the bait. She'd call herself the bait. But she talked about, you know, just that it was a big gathering and it was a time where people were happy. They weren't sad about, because they had enough. They had more than enough, and there wasn't anything to worry about. And that they could live with each other in harmony and not feel like they had to live in fear. Whereas today it seems that there's more living in fear than in harmony, which is unfortunate. But it was a time, particularly in the Spokane area, right where Riverfront Park sits, and the tribes would gather and they would trade. So there were a lot of things that came from different areas, like from the coast. There were a lot of the shells were imported in, and you didn't see that very often, but somehow they made their way this direction, and they were put on some of the old dresses. You can tell when you see an old outfit that the trading had happened from quite a distance away. And it was a time, you know, for the people. They played, they did the stick games, and they gathered, and they just ate food, and they shared. And it wasn't anything that was any competition or anything like that. It was the people's gathering from different tribes coming together, because that area it had so many fish that there was an abundance for everyone. Nobody went without. So that was the important thing, is that nobody went without. The waters and the waterways have offered so much, because even the willows that are along the beaches, you know, they help make things. And it's a piece of willow that is always put in front of a cradle board for the child, and that's the protector. And so these things are very important. Even if it's a little piece of willow, it still has a very significant and important role to play in everything. And that piece of willow serves as a protector to a small child, a vulnerable child. And if we look at ourselves as a piece of willow for this river, you know, we're but one piece, and we can still make a difference. And we can make a difference for this river. We can make a difference for this Mother Earth, you know, that's been a gift to us. And we've been fortunate that we've been able to use this Mother Earth right now for the gifts provided. And I just only hope for future generations to have that as well. And that's all we can hope. If people have the opportunity to really look into their daily lives, remember that as babies, we came out of a sac of fluid. And our bodies, the majority of our bodies are water. And every day we intake water to survive. We use it for our cooking, we use it for growing our plants, we use it for cleaning. We use it for everything that we need and do on a daily basis. And if we remember those things, how vital and important it is, then we should be doing something. We're obligated to this water to pay back in some way and help protect it, help preserve it in its natural state, and to really work at doing something, even if it's making a phone call to your representative, your political representative, or if it's stop using the detergent that is creating harm, or stop using the chemicals that create harm to the environment rather than do any good. And also to be able to, do I need that lawn? Do I need that golf course? You know, those kinds of things make a difference. But we each have to decide what it is that we would like to see happen to make it better for us. And so those kinds of things you can do is just use less, think about what you're using, and get involved in some of the efforts that are already moving forward. There are people who are doing things to make a difference. Get involved, whatever it might take. If it's visiting your local government, whether it be your tribal council or the city council. You know, we are all obligated to make a difference in helping to keep our water clean, helping to keep our water sacred and maintaining it as a sacred entity.
And we're always racing time to find a peace of mind, but it's all right there, right where it all began. Have you ever heard the factory roar? Smelt the sewage in the stream? Have you ever choked just from the air, the stuff we braided clean? We stripped the land, we cut the forest, we harshed the river's roar. But there's something there, I know there is, if we listen to the earth. If we listen to the earth. If we listen to the earth. Once more.
I like that. That was good. That was good. That was very informative. Zombie. Oh. Let's see.
I'm sorry, I have to run. I got class. Did you ever meet Dr. Elliott? The vet that Robbie worked for? The one who got murdered? Yeah. Take you didn't like him, huh? I was raised not to speak ill of the dead. Well, I was raised to ask questions like that, so I'm afraid I'm gonna have to.
Let's see.
I met him maybe twice, and I'm pretty sure he was tweaking. Well, what's that? Not that. I'm just not sure Seth Elliott was the best role model for Robinson.
Ooh.
Did Robinson have his father?
Here's one.
Sometimes I lay under the moon, and I thank God I'm breathing. Then I pray, don't take me soon. 'cause I'm here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There will be no wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day. But one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they feed on souls on the innocent, untrenched pavement. Keep on moving through the water, says raging. And I'll make you can't lose your way. I'ma drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you. No way, no way. Oh, sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There will be no wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day. One day, one day, one day. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There will be no wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day. One day, one day, one day.
I love it. I love that. That was a good cover. Oh, here's one. Here's one. Here's one.
Our life does not end when we expire from this, the third world. It continues on. The teachings of our people about the life after we expire from this, the third world, and go into the fourth world, is mentioned in many of the ceremonies and that, the songs and the prayers. And when you are familiar with the ceremonies, like for example, the Hojorge or the Beauty Way, there's the prayer that just simply says, you know, that let there be joy, happiness, confidence, and peace before me. Let there be joy, happiness, confidence, and peace behind me. Let there be joy, happiness, confidence, and peace below me. And let there be joy, happiness, confidence, and peace above me.
Oh.
And so it is that when you make your determination that you're going to travel on this yellow corn pollen path, and that you understand that this is the yellow world, and so you make your promises in your prayer that you're going to maintain your journey on that yellow corn pollen path. And that yellow corn pollen path eventually leads into the next world, which is the white world. And it is said, when they refer to it in the songs and the prayers, they say, that means beyond old age, there is joy, happiness, confidence, and peace. So it is that our life does not end when we expire from this, the third world. It continues on. And so when we bury people after they have passed on, after their spirit has left their body, And the spirit, by the way, exits this physical form that we are right here at the top of the head, where it entered when we were brought into existence in this world. And so as our life ends and expires in this, the third world, the spirit will exit at the top of the head where the spiral is as well as we journey into the next world. But when the body is without the spirit, it is at that time. The preparations were simple. If a person died inside the Hogan, they would make that Hogan the official tomb of the one that passed away inside of that Hogan. And they would refer to it as Hok-Egan. And that means there is no living being there, but there is a remains of someone. And so it was that one of the ways that they would prepare the body when they put it inside of the Hogan is that they would set it up in a fetal position where the deceased would be made, so they sometimes even tied the legs so that they would be able to maintain that fetal position. And it was that they didn't cover the body. They might put some rocks in that to keep it so that it is facing the doorway, the entryway to the direction east. And it is said that this is to prepare the body of the individual who passes on, so in case that that they need that body, that they are in the being born position, which is the fetal position. When you're born into this, the third world, you are born from a fetal position until your body leaves that of your mother, and with only the umbilical cord attached. So it is that when the burial was done among our people, that's how it was performed. And so many times when the old people would refer to their departed fathers or mothers or grandparents and other relatives, they would say, Aja Cheyenne, which means that is where your grandfather or your grandmother is sitting in a fetal position. Just Jol. That's how they would say it. But the other way is just to lay out the body out in the open and to stack rocks on it, either in that fetal position and to have it facing the direction east. And then you would put rocks all over the body and pack the rocks from the outside. And that would be the original way to bury people. And so it is that the afterlife, as we refer to it, actually is a continuation of life. And it is where there is greater joy, greater happiness, and greater confidence, and greater peace. So it is so much better there than in many ways what it is here. So when we refer to it in the beauty way ceremony, we refer to the prayer that is made, let there be joy, happiness, confidence, and peace before me, behind me, below me, and above me. And it is that my existence, even after old life, will be filled with joy, happiness, confidence, and peace. And that's what we are told.
Love that. That's some good wisdom and some good understanding. While I'm at it, still in that phase of traditional university. While I'm at it, yo, Sassy Snicks, what's up, my friend? If you're still here, hello, how are you? How's it going? So let's see.
Chief Crow Dog, have you been teaching for many years ago? Is this the real truth that you dreamed your young children's way of life?
I vision them in that way. Aho.
Aho.
وكيان وشيلا وكيان وشيلا وكيان وشيلا كلا وما يكيا هاي 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 وكيان وشيلا وما يكيا هاي 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 جانا باوا يهانا يانا وشيلا كلا وما يكيا هاي 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 وكيان وشيلا وما يكيا هاي هاي هاي.
The way of life have never been changed. The soul has never been departed from the Lakota way of life. Chiospa is the community in the district of the way of life. They have never changed of the beginning of the creation. I want you to youth and the elders and the people of the nation that have spoke about this. It is a sacred way why we was gifted from the nation of our tribes. Why we was gifted? It was a hereditary. It was a relation. It was an adoption. If you look at the word adoption, that word adoption, there is a lot of commit suicide all over the world. Who cause of that? We have the best churches in the United States. I have a doubt you shall be in purgatory for 1,000 years. Then there you're going to be in, extradite you to hell. If you're loaded of sin. Another thing, look at this stone. This man, Eon's man. Many years my grandpa kept this. The original tablet's been written on here. The highest intelligence of science even could not read that. Why? He's far from creator. And here we have 10 commandments. And what happened? Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. I was attempting to believe the Christian way of life, but I have a doubt. Every time somebody passed away, I would think, I wonder they're going to be in purgatory for 1,000 years. I wonder, are they going to be in, I wonder. So right now in this young age, today, our people, we must. As the oldest musicology of the Indian country, I speak 5 Indian languages besides my own, and a little bit of American. My teaching is a dream and a vision. You walk through this vision, and you're going to learn. That's what comes all about. Honor mom and dad. Once that stays in your blood, you shall never abuse your mom and dad. When we do miss nutrition, we have a mother for a cow. Me and my wife drive all over the world. We saw Pampers on the road. We saw baby clothes on the road. We go off for tobacco and pick those. Why is that the child? So now today, you are now sitting in the center of the universe, of the creation of the creation. My grandfathers must have been very wise. They made this camp. And they kept the sacred, holy way of life. So it's you. It's you that you're going to live by that condition. It's you that you love your child. You love your son, so you want him to be married in a beautiful family. You want your daughter to, you raise this child. So you want him to get married and have everything. Now today, it's different. But I said this, if the Creator forgive me, it will forgive you too. The Lakota way of life, there's no addiction. There is no habit. But you could create a habit and you could create addiction. Someplace in our bloodline, our people live that life. Now it's all over the world. So let me emphasize in the sequence of this way of life, we could bring the unified family with a spiritual power.
Hey, Maddie. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Welcome to Oyate Today. Oyate in Lakota means people. Brought to you by Native Sun News Today.
Hi, welcome to Oyate Today. I'm your host, Richie Richards. Oyate Today is produced by Tim and Jackie Gallego. Tim is an enrolled member of the Oglala Sioux tribe. Our guests tonight, our very special guests tonight, are Leonard Crowdog and our attorney, Mark Van Norman. Thank you both so much for being here tonight. It's going to be a good conversation. We're going to be talking about Peshla and the Black Hills and the importance of this very sacred site to the Lakota people and the surrounding tribes. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Norman, we'll get to you in a second. We want to learn a lot about the land acquisition and Peshla and the legal aspect of it and the legal side of it. But I also felt that it was important to bring Leonard into the conversation and talk about the spiritual value of Peshla and this very sacred site. So, Leonard, once again, thank you so much for being here tonight. I really do appreciate your time and coming in. What is Peshla, sir? What is Peshla?
Peshla is the Wolakota Oyate. The Wolakota Oyate is the born of the peace of the world, of the universe, of the Peshla, of the Pahasapa, of Charlie Chrome dream, and the tribal leader's dream. We fulfill those message to our young generation, so the afterbirth will be survived and will be living among the nation of the world. And that's what all comes about. Peshla is the settlements of 1800s times now today the world.
And from what I understand, it's a large piece of land. It's a bald spot in the Black Hills, very sacred to the Lakota people. And so, what value does that have to our spirituality?
Long eons ago. Long eons ago, an old man, a grandpa, before we got buried 6 feet under the ground, he went in. Peshla. The hair here is all the no hairs. When he went in, this is what my heads of the land of the universe. That's what he left. Then at Pesla, that's where the people of the nation of Lakota Oyate settlement in spiritual Pesla. It's hard to understand. It's hard to know it's not written in the Library of Congress. It's written in the original tablets of the beginning of the creation. That's what we're all about. Oyate, the people of a nation. Now today, we buy peace to peace. Why? Why? So nation, Wolakota. We could have did it another way, but we did it in the Wolakota way.
What is Wolakota? You're mentioning Wolakota. What is Wolakota?
Wolakota is we shouldn't have no thoughts of other enemy. There is no enemy of the beginning of creation of grandfathers. But somehow it happened, and that's where the violation, unbelieve each other. Now today, we gotta believe that Wolakota to each other so our generation may live and they will understand that unite knowledge, the most telepathic communication of a prayer of life. So Wolakota always going to be in dreams of our generation, of our people.
Why, may I ask, why are the Black Hills? Why is Pahasapa, Heisapa sacred to the Lakota people? Why is it important in our community, in our culture?
Maka izita, Maza zi izita. It's everything, it's gold. The medicine is there. The healing is there. That's why that's what's sacred. And what is it? There's many medicine grow there. Now today, only telepathic know, we know the gold, all the minerals, all the aquifers, stage of aquifers, all there. How we're gonna know is with our spiritual chanupa, chan, a wood, and then Ia, the stone, and the little red boy, the red willow. It's there. The divine fire, smoke. And old man look into that. Said, Monkey zita, Ia izita, Manza izita. The gold is gold. Even then, Manskazi, Manzazi, Letuelo, Lele Agliotako. You're going to come back here and settle at one time in times of life. And someday it will be here, remember, not my nation. When he said my nation, it echoes the four directions of the universe.
Do the Black Hills continue to be sacred today then for Lakota people?
I don't care how many cesarean that she goes through, the Mother Earth, it's going to be holy. It's going to be sacred. It's going to be holy and sacred.
Irregardless of who's currently occupying it or what's currently occupying it, it's going to continue to be a sacred.
That's why Wolakota and non-Indians live in the sacred land. They bought some land too. All this, but still the Wolakota, his dream is there. They could not demolish that. It's there, it's there, it's there.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Mark. I want to kind of bring this into the current state, I guess, as far as we understand the value and the spiritual value of Peshla and other sites around the Black Hills. in that spiritual value to the Lakota people specifically. And you've been helping. And if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself too, and give us some background information, and let's talk a little bit about Peshla and where we're at today and how we got there.
Sure, Richie. Well, I gotta say I'm a big fan of the show.
Oh, thank you.
Oyate, the Nation. It's got the right title. My grandpa, Jim Emery, was from Rosebud, and he was cousins to Leonard's dad, so we are all related.
Oh, yeah.
My grandma, Edith Claymore, was from Cheyenne River, so I'm a member of Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. And 30 years ago, I started out as tribal attorney at Cheyenne River, and I've been working on Indian Nation issues throughout that time. We were talking about what should the strategy be to work on recovery of some of the sacred sites in the Black Hills. And the family that had homesteaded up at Peshla put Peshla on the auction block. So for all
what year would have this been?
That would have been 2012.
Okay.
So for all of our Sioux Nation tribes, Peshla is at the center. It's at the center of the universe, at the center of creation.
Let's give a little geographical kind of, where are we talking about? Where is Peshla located then in the Black Hills?
If you were to look at the satellite image, right in the center, if you look, the Black Hills look like a buffalo. And the eye of the buffalo is Peshla, right at the center, about 17 miles west of Hill City, just above Deerfield Lake. And it's a big high mountain meadow prairie right in the hills, surrounded in a circle by the forest. Flag Mountain sacred site is right behind there. Hat Mountain is right there. So people would go up there, would camp there. There's fresh streams. When Americans first came, they saw that there was a hill made out of elk horns up there, because Peshla is the place where the animals return. And that's the use that was put to by our people.
Let's stop right there. Let's take a quick break. This is getting good. So we'll be back after a short break.
Closed captioning for Oyate Today is brought to you by Black Hills Energy.
Native Sun News has been voted the best weekly newspaper in its class. Copy of the Native Sun News at many businesses and vending machines in Rapid City and the surrounding area, and on all 9 reservations. We publish every Wednesday, so advertisers and subscribers can reach our...
You can't predict life's ups and downs. You just give it all you've got to stay on top.
Hi, welcome back to Oyate Today. Once again, our guest tonight, our very special guest tonight, is attorney Mark Van Norman and Leonard Crowdog, spiritual leader of the Lakota people. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate your time and definitely coming and sharing your knowledge. Mark, before the break, we were talking about Peshla, the geographical location, some prehistory and historical information. So let's continue on where we were.
Well, I have to recognize Albert Whitehat and Russell Eaglebear and Ben Rod, and they were up there for many years doing ceremonies at Peshla and keeping that tradition alive. So when it came up that it was on the auction, Rosebud took a leading role and they were willing to step up and say, we are going to reacquire, recover Peshla and preserve it as a sacred site, because the plan was to try and sell it for luxury housing, to put a blacktop road up there, to really just, transform it into just any regular housing development. And for our Lakota people, it's a very sacred place at the center. So we talked with Rosebud, Shakopee, Stan Crooks, the former chairman, the new chairman, Charlie Vig, have been very active. We have support from Crow Creek, from Standing Rock, from Cheyenne River, from Oglala, from Yankton, from Sisseton. And it's really a Sioux Nation effort to have that recovery at Peshla as a sacred site, to keep it spiritual, to keep it in its natural state, to restore Buffalo, to have youth culture camps up there, but not to build any buildings, just to keep it there for prayer for the future. So we were able to talk to the family that was selling it, and they were willing to work with us to sell it to the Sioux Nation so that we could recover it as a sacred site.
Was there any resistance from the family then? Was there any questions of that, or as far as them wanting to work directly with the tribes then, or?
No, they were pretty friendly, and they were pretty
nice.
Yeah. So we appreciated their help and their cooperation. And once they understood that we're going to keep it in its natural state, they were all for it, because they enjoy the natural beauty up there, and they were kind of reluctant, to have it be for housing development. Yeah. So it's just beautiful up there, natural springs, it feels very serene, very sacred, Lakota. So the tribes felt it was important to have the land taken in trust. We worked with Kurt Blue Dog, who's general counsel for Shakopee, and all the tribes to put that forward. And we worked with the county, and they cooperated with us, and they wanted some agreements on rights of way and law enforcement, et cetera. And we worked that out with the county commission. They did not oppose us taking it into trust. The state initially appealed, but they let their appeal go, because we're working on these cooperative agreements. And so we've appreciated that support.
And just for our viewers who are not aware of what trust land is, can you explain what trust land is and why it was important to put this into trust for?
Yeah, well, Indian nations owned the whole United States. And we know that our people said, Crazy Horse said, you do not sell the ground that people walk on, because that's our homeland. That's part of our 1868 treaty homeland. And so when it's trust land, it's Indian land. It has an Indian country status to it. So it's returned, and it can't be alienated. It stays with the tribes. So it's there for now and for future generations as a sacred site.
So it'll always be Indian land?
It'll always be Indian land up there. It'll always be natural Mother Earth.
Mm-hmm. And so there's a large prairie up there. There's a large section of land that's without forest and prairie lands, basically, grasslands and such. Is the whole land trust land now, or is it portions of it, or how is that?
Right now, we've managed to work together to recover about 2,600 acres, and 2,000 is in trust. So we'll have to work on taking the next 600 acres into trust. And we have about 2/3 of the area and still some neighbors there. But it's very important to have that. It's a great place to go see, because it's a circle right in the center of the Black Hills. And if you go up to Flag Mountain, there's up on top, there's a lookout, and you can see the whole Black Hills over to Black Elk Peak.
Mm-hmm. Now, earlier you had mentioned about the elk antlers up there, and a hill of elk antlers, or a mountain of elk antlers up there. What were you getting at with that? I kind of missed that part.
Chief Crow Dog has been our spiritual advisor throughout this journey for the last 7 years, and he's been a leader for us to let us know about the sacred nature. But the folks used it as the place to greet the spring. And those elk antlers are there because our people used it year after year. So Chief Crow Dog has been able to, help us with ceremonies up there. We do quarterly ceremonies on the solstice and the equinox. And we have youth camps and we have buffalo. And that's what Peshla is for. It's for peace, prayer, youth, buffalo.
And Wolakota.
Wolakota.
Cool. Leonard, or excuse me, Mr. Crow Dog, how do you feel about this land coming back into trust land, this land being returned to tribal peoples?
Surround the circle of the universe. The winter counts that Grandpa handed to him with the original instructions. The land is however we take. We buy, we take. However we move. The land is still sacred to our young unborn generation. So the child, when the child's in the mother's womb, it will be laughing, it will be happy. So it could arrive of this world that the grandmother and grandfather left us. It's in the winter counts where that now maybe I'm not very qualified to take care of it, but there is holy. Why? There's some hairs, human hairs of our ancestral people on there. Don't ever change this. Don't ever change this. And I'm happy for the Lakota Nation with my Lakota Chief Red Cloud, chief of the descendants of the universe, of the people of nation, of Crazy Horse.
Thank you so much for sharing that. We're going to come back. We'll talk a little bit more with Attorney Mark here, and we'll end with a blessing and a prayer from Mr. Crow Dog. We'll be back after a short break.
You may say I'm a dreamer.
Lakota spiritual leader Leonard Crow Dog and attorney Mark Van Norman, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for coming and talking about Peshla and
these are Leonard Crow Dog was a spiritual leader, or is a spiritual leader in the Rosebud Reservation of the Lakota. His father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, 3 generations of medicine men. And he is the 4th generation of a medicine man. Very. Our elders sometimes have a really hard time talking English. But you can pretty much get a good understanding of what they're saying.
Yes, that's it precisely. Case closed. Also, I found a tiny fly egg, smaller than any of the eggs the native flies commonly found in body parts. Where's this fly egg from? In order to answer that, I have to hatch it. Seriously? I'm an entomologist. I have to hatch this insect egg
upset about breaking up with Angela, Dr. Hodges, and I know you're upset about losing Sarah. But despite your personal problems, this is a workplace, and your attitude leaves a lot to be desired.
Fine, if you want to make a change, we'll make a change. Otherwise, let me do my job and have to say.
Hey, Freems, how you doing? Good to see you. And yeah, Trash, there are a lot of spectacular gem sites in that native tribes hung out with, lived in, stayed in, made camp in.
Given the complexity of his novels, I
Okay,
estimate
good.
his IQ to be higher than yours.
Then Boots is right. Something else is wrong.
Full speed ahead, sweets.
Let me have it. Come on. It goes without saying. Everything is perfectly
And his method spoke between the lines. It was very poetic. Yeah. This is how our elders have spoken for a long time, from generation to generation.
She is wicked literal, but it's a process. Don't be into it.
I'm not defending, I'm just explaining. I can defend. You are defending. I was explaining.
Oh, this is an interesting development in your interpersonal behaviors.
No, what's more interesting is that Boots backer is email, let me fix it. No, none of this is interesting, okay? Look, I just want to know what kind of modes or disrupted crazy boys pattern.
My first guess?
And it is from these wisdoms and understandings that
Crazy boy's offensive.
we gain
His mother didn't mention.
a lot of knowledge.
What do you think?
Squeaks, what do you think? I'm putting myself in the mind of an obsessive compulsive in order to figure out where I might conceal a memory enhancer, a psychosexual proxy.
Right. What's that have to do with masterfully? Oh.
And because, unfortunately, they took in our written languages that we had and placed them in a museum in England
It's Kelly Sutton. There's a phone number and an email address
that
and a list of sexual suggestions.
we still have
What? You surprised he's a girlfriend?
Call her a girl.
to basically use our verbal storytelling language in order to share these information, to pass it on from generation to generation.
Jenny Craig works. Introducing the Pinazol Plant, our most effectively lost color ever. You can lose up to 17 pounds in your first 4 weeks. Limited time offer and flexible delivery option through Jenny Craig.
It's crispy. It's creamy. It's not your average chocolate. Sweet milk chocolate, crispy wafer, and creamy hazelnut filling. It's Kinder Bueno.
Let's see, what are we looking at? Oh, here's a good one.
Okay, so I want to talk about inflammation, hypertension. I'll talk about high blood pressure. I want to talk about more chronic ways when hypertension sets in.
Yeah, Trash. All of our written history was confiscated and exported to Britain. But because it wasn't English, they considered it to be, and they couldn't understand our language. Well, we could. We could understand our written history. The English couldn't understand our written history. So, like they normally do, they took They transported it, confiscated it, exported it to Britain, placed it in a museum where it still sits to this very day. And we kind of used to heal high blood pressure. I best stay away from that then. I feel you, zombie. But maybe he'll get into it. So let's check it out.
And chronically, one of the driving forces of chronic hypertension is reactive oxygen species, is oxidative damage, oxidative stress. And so what's going to be able to remove that is antioxidants. But you guys know, I'm always telling everybody on here that when you talk about antioxidants from plants, it's very conflated. It's thrown in on a pedestal that it doesn't belong. Antioxidants from plants are not as beneficial as we want them to be. First of all, the brewing process or the drying process of a plant is going to destroy antioxidants. The brewing process of a plant is going to destroy antioxidants. Your digestive tract is going to destroy antioxidants, and then the absorption of the antioxidant itself. How much of it are we actually absorbing? These things we don't know. We know how much antioxidants a plant has, but we don't know all of those other factors, and so we don't know how much we're getting from plants. One of the things that we have to understand is that your body makes its own antioxidants, and I want to talk to you about one of those. So superoxide dismutase is one of the antioxidants that's present in your vascular system.
Yes,
so when you think of your vascular system and all of your veins and high blood pressure, being able to lower your blood pressure, it's going to be superoxide dismutase that is going to be able to lower the oxidative stress, to be able to remove all of that reactive oxygen species ROS damage from your vascular system. So superoxide dismutase is an endogenous antioxidant. Your body makes it on its own. It's one of the most powerful antioxidants that we've ever tested, that we ever know. It's phenomenal. And so better to support your body's production of its own antioxidants. So stop worrying so much about antioxidant that are in plants, and worry about the antioxidants that you have and support those. And that's exactly what high-bush cranberry bark does. It gives your body what it needs to stimulate the production of superoxide dismutase. So there's more of this flowing through your vascular system, drawing out all of the oxidative stress and all of that damage, which is the driving force of chronic hypertension. But there's another really amazing thing that I want to talk to you about regarding, so you can remove the driving force of chronic hypertension, but you might still be left with some of the damages, because what that reactive oxygen species does in your vascular system to cause hypertension is it causes inflammation. So you're going to need something that lowers that inflammation. And so without really getting lost in the getting into the weeds too much here, I want to be able to show you something really, really amazing. So you have this it's called a transcription factor called NRF2. NRF2 is a transcription factor that's responsible for activating over 500 different genes, and those 500 different genes are turned off or are turned on by these molecules called sirtuins through calorie restriction, or through fasting, or through high intensity interval training, or through cold exposure. All of these really incredibly uncomfortable things, but we've been finding lately that there are some natural components found in plants that help upregulate the NRF2 transcription factor to create more sirtuins, to turn on all of these different genes. You could think of these genes as like little programs, little computer programs that your body has. You know how your body has cancer? Cancer is a program that your body has. Diabetes is a program that your body has, that your body can access when you're eating too much sugar or experiencing too much stress. And so your body will turn on diabetes to help stay alive. You have on the other end too, you have a whole bunch of programs that your body will help fix itself. Like one way that I think that I could articulate this really well is if you're sitting in a sauna. Some of the amazing studies that are done on saunas changes your genes, and what it changes, it's called a single nucleotide polymorphism, a SNP, called FOXO3. And FOXO3 is a program that you have that when you go into a really hot place, when you go into a room that's 80 degrees Celsius and above for at least 20 minutes, your body will grab that gene and turn it on. And what that gene does is it creates these little things called heat shock proteins. And heat shock proteins have a really specific role, a function. They float around your entire body, and their job is to fix other proteins or fix other molecules that have misfolded. And so you take the structure of a plaque, like something that's causing heart attack, something that's causing cardiovascular disease, something like high cholesterol. What happens is you get all of these cholesterol deposits going through your body, and when they misfold, when they start to look all funky and weird, they will have an affinity to other cholesterols and other cholesterols that are all funky and weird, and so they'll start binding to each other, and then all of the cholesterols that have misfolded or damaged proteins on the surface are going to be all collecting together to form this plaque deposit, and then you're going to be having heart attacks because this plaque deposit, cholesterol deposit, is so huge it's going to be blocking your arteries, and then you're going to have strokes and heart attacks and all of this stuff, right? And cardiovascular disease and yada yada yada. But if you go into a hot room that's 80 degrees or hotter for 20 minutes or more, you're going to turn on that program FOXO3 that's going to create these heat shock proteins that go throughout your whole body and fix them. And when it fixes those misfolded, damaged cholesterols into normal ones, they keep going and doing their normal thing, because cholesterol is not bad, it plays a role. And when it's healthy, it loses its adhesion to that whole plaque and continues to float around your body and do what it's supposed to do. And that heat shock protein is going to fix all of the cholesterols in that make up that deposit and free them, and so you have no more heart attacks. This is why one of the studies a couple of years ago was able to show that sitting in a room that's 80 degrees Celsius or more for 20 minutes or more, at least 4 days a week. So going in the sauna 4 days a week or more is able to reduce your chances of a heart attack by almost.
Oi, good morning, Hildy.
70%, 67%. When we're treating our body like garbage, it's going to activate all of those programs that we call diseases that, for the most part, are just survival mechanisms, what our body does to stay alive. But the same thing, when we treat our body good, when we're taking part in all of these different cultural components like fasting and sweating and long form endurance exercise, and where our body is going to take different programs and turn them on, and those are the complete opposite of diseases. Those are going to be everything our body needs to be able to heal itself and to be operating the way that it should. Of course, one of those cultural components that we need to be engaging with on a regular basis is the ingestion of phytochemicals, of all of the nutrients that are inside of all of these different plants. And certainly with cyanidin 3-glucoside, the primary anthocyanin in the primary
I know, right, Mag?
anthocyanin inside of highbush cranberry is going to be able to activate a program that our body needs to lower inflammation in our vascular system, to help remove all of the damage that reactive oxygen species caused to and the hypertension that it caused, and to be able to remove the damage that all of that has done. So it fixes the cause and the damage that disease, hypertension, has caused however many years that you've had it. That was a long rant.
Nice. Oh, here's one.
Well, highbush cranberry, one of the main reasons why you're going to want to make sure that you have highbush cranberry a part of your tea cupboard, one of the main reasons why you're going to want to have it here is because is what one of its common names is sort of hinting at. It's really good to stop cramps. A lot of people will call it just cramp bark. A lot of people only remember it as cramp bark, and so that's the main reason why you're going to want to have it there. Anytime you have muscle cramps, if you're prone to having muscle cramps or your whole leg just cramps straight up. I remember we were visiting one guy, we were visiting one of our buddies, and he was, his face just changed, and we were like, what's happening? And then he just fell on the floor, and then he was like just screaming and crying, and then it would stop, like as if he was going unconscious. Like we weren't even watching his, like we couldn't see his face, so we didn't know if he was going unconscious or whatever, but he kept stopping and coming back, and then but his leg was cramping so bad that yeah, he was in a lot of pain. He was crying a little, but it was real intense. And I thought, oh man, this guy needs some hybrid cranberry. So we gave him a whole bunch. We actually went out right away and picked a whole bunch and gave it to him, and it really, really helped to stop. But so you could think of muscle cramps when your whole muscle spasms and it's totally losing it. But also like other muscle cramps, like when your arm is just twitching, or if you have tetany, if your eye is twitching and you have muscle cramps here, then high bush cranberry bark is what you need to be able to stop that. Also, bronchial tubes, when bronchial tubes are spasming and they're cramping and freaking out, and you know, one of the consequences of bronchial spasms, like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and asthma as well, is like half bronchial tube spasms and half inflammation. And so you could get rid of half of the asthma problem by having high bush cranberry bark and stopping those spasms. But the main focus, the main use, the main utility of high bush cranberry is to help stop uterine cramps. So dysmenorrhea, when you have painful cramps, it's going to help to stop that. And so that's one of the main reasons why you have to have, why everybody has to have high bush cranberry bark. But I want to be able to explain to you exactly what the mechanism is, exactly what high bush cranberry bark is doing. So what it's doing is in order to understand what it's doing, you have to understand stress. And so whenever you get stressed out, like if you have to run from a bear, if a bear is running at you and you have to escape, you're going to have a stress response. You're going to have hormones like adrenaline and cortisol. They're going to tell your liver to give you all of the sugar that you need to be able to fight the bear or run from the bear. And the other things, that's one of the main things that adrenaline and cortisol are going to do. So you have all of the energy you need to fight the bear or run from the bear, but also those hormones are going to tell your they're going to change your kidneys. They're gonna change your kidneys. One of the things that they change, so you know how in your body you have your blood vessels, and imagine you have your blood vessels. When sodium touches your blood vessel, it constricts and you have high blood pressure. When calcium touches your blood vessels, they constrict and you have high blood pressure. Everything sodium and
So, zombie, what I'm going to suggest, maybe you could try it when you get cramps, and then also make sure that you have sugar to bring up your blood pressure, or something that's sweet and sugary that'll bring up your, what you normally eat to bring up your blood pressure when it gets low. That might help, but I wouldn't suggest doing it in massive amounts. I'd say, you know, start off just a little bit and check it out and see. You know what I mean? If that makes sense to you, Zombie Doll. Okay. Well, salty or sugar, either one. Something sweet. You know, in conjunction with. Yeah, right. So, you know, like I want you to make sure that you take precautions, and you take good care of yourself in that way, and that, you know, you're well looked after, right?
everything sodium and calcium touch, they excite, they constrict, and the opposite of that is magnesium. Everything magnesium touches, it relaxes. Everything magnesium touches, it dilates and it calms down. And so if you're stressed and if you're running from a bear, one of the things that your body has to do is your kidneys will grab all of the magnesium and dump it, because you got to run from a bear. You can't have magnesium floating all over in your body, calming everything down, and everything being real chill. No, you have to run from a bear. So get rid of all of that magnesium, and so you could get out of that stressful situation. And so this is why too, like it's so colloquial, our understanding of this, because you could, when somebody gets mad in a cartoon, somebody gets stressful and mad, you'll see their eyes start to twitch, and it's like this thing. Ugh! But that's what it's talking about, is that magnesium dump. You don't have magnesium calming down muscles and relaxing them. What you have is too much calcium, too much sodium that's touching all of your muscles and exciting them, and so then they start to spasm. And so you could see remnants or evidence of this even in cartoons that we watch. This is how we all understand this. But anyway, one cool thing about high bush cranberry is that it just changes your kidneys so that they keep magnesium. So your kidneys aren't dumping magnesium anymore. And there's like 28 different types of magnesium that your body needs and uses on a regular basis. And the change that high bush cranberry does to your kidneys gives it the ability to keep all of those. Keep every one of those types of magnesium in your body, free flowing around, so that they could be absorbed versus just dumped. And so think of stress. Think of how often you're stressed out. I mean, I always give the example of stress. We wake up to an alarm. I don't care if your alarm sounds beautiful, if it sounds really nice. Any type of alarm that's waking you up when you're not supposed to wake up, is you're going to have an exaggerated stress response. It's adrenaline that wakes you up in the first place, whether you wake up naturally or not. But if you wake up by an alarm, any type of alarm, that adrenaline response is going to be massive. The kidneys switch right away to dump magnesium because you're stressed. Think of like 300 years ago when your ancestors woke up in the morning to something stressful. Like, imagine meh, 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 in the morning, for 300 years ago, they'd be freaking out. They'd be thinking like, something's gonna happen, we're gonna die, fight or flight, we have to get out of here, no more magnesium in my body. And that's the way we have to function. So right away, alarm clock in the morning, and then you have a coffee, and caffeine is gonna exaggerate every adrenaline response, every stress response that you have for like 4 or 5 hours after you have coffee. And then most of us have coffee throughout the day. But then, we'll have foods that will exaggerate our stress responses as well. But then, what we're going to do after that is we're going to go to work. And then on the way to work, we're driving 15 kilometers an hour over the speed limit. So every cop that we see, every time we see a police officer, we're going to have a stress response. And then more magnesium. And then we get to work, and then we open up our computer, and then we're reading our emails at work, and then our employer is saying things that we don't like, and so we're getting mad at our employer. And then there's employees around you doing things that you don't like, and so you're mad at them. And then you have, whatever you have for lunch. Whatever you have for lunch is probably gonna even make your stress responses for the rest of the day even worse. And you're probably gonna have another coffee. You're gonna drive home past a bunch of police on the way home, and then at home you're gonna watch Young and the Restless while supper's cooking. and then you're going to be watching going on Facebook just before you go to bed, getting real mad at everybody and all this, and so everything is just stressful. We're overexposed we're completely inundated with too much stress. And so all day, every day, from the moment we wake up to the moment that we go to bed, our kidneys are dumping magnesium. We're not keeping it in our body. It's really hard for the magnesium to stay there. And so that's the problem. And medicine gives us the ability to communicate to our body to say, hey, you know what? I'm going through a lot of stress right now. I'm going to need you to take a second, listen to me, and keep all of that magnesium. Keep it inside of me. I don't want you to be getting rid of that anymore. I need that to help keep everything calm. And so you have high bush cranberry the change happens in your kidneys, magnesium stays in your body, and all of the real expensive magnesium supplements. If you buy high quality magnesium supplements, they're outrageously expensive. They end up being over a dollar a day. And for the most part, we are going through every single day dumping magnesium. So all of the supplements that we're paying for, we're just peeing it out. And Sheldon always says supplements just make your urine expensive, which is exactly what would happen with high bush cranberry. With stress and magnesium supplements. And so high bush cranberry gives you the ability to hang on to that magnesium, so it's able to do what it's supposed to do: calm everything down, relax everything.
Nice.
No, I do not. Well, I'm trying to be institutional. Look, I just know a lot about good writing per se. It's about marketability. A book. Oh, Lord. There's a reason why the book accepted the title back cover of your books. Because I'm a very writer. You service. But your success is contingent upon your images and hot scientist do. It's not true, is it? No, of course not. Don't call my partner a chick. What's the matter with you? I've got it. The point is, I had to hire a guy to pretend to be Jerry. Book tours, press the geek flesh, superhero comparisons. This guy? Yeah, CD Hop. The deal I had with CD was to let him write his own stuff, and you know what? It was good. It started selling. So I changed between Jared and CD. So you had no conflict with Jared actually had to fire you? Absolutely not. No, that's a lie. He called you every day. Whoa, phones. Oh. Let's do another just too. That's his salt. Are your hands clean? Yeah, my partner wants to know what that to do too. Jared asked me personally. I admit to a
Nice.
situation. Why you punch him? Probably because he said Jared was a bad writer. I didn't kill Jared, but you think I did because of
Yeah, I would suggest, if you're gonna try anything that may be a little complicated, um, I would say start off in small bits. Make sure everything is, that you're doing well. You got everything that you need to counteract or maintain the other issues. Or if you really get into it, you can have like a huge mixture of different medicines into one tea that balances out all of those and works for all of those things that you have going on. And see how it goes, and what you're doing, how you're doing. Do it up in like small little bits. Scale up when you need to.
This fly might tell us where Jared Addison was murdered.
If it's working for you, if not, well, you're just one of those weird people. No, just kidding.
I'm not moving into that space. I'm not being difficult. I can't do it. I hope you understand. I understand. I thought you being the way you moved in there would be easiest for Jack. Well, we're normal.
Yeah.
That might be true, but
So we're at the. I am awake and also sleepy. How can I be? How can this be? Morning, Sister Della.
He keeps running hit on me.
why does he think that?
He said she asked him if he was interested in having sex with an older woman, which is impossible. Which I said him straight up, and now I'm circling
Nice,
back
zombie.
I'm certain she did exactly that.
No. I've known Brendan for years, and there's no way believing
So we're like at the 4 hour and 43 minute mark.
Looking for insights in her.
If you like and enjoy this content so far, please feel free to follow. Following is free. If you would like to subscribe, subscriptions are welcome. Not necessary, depending on whether or not you can afford it. If you're able to afford it, and maybe gifting subs is awesome. Biddies are always welcome.
That wasn't my fault.
As well, if you're able to, I do have this link that keeps going up to donate to help me to get a new computer set up. Would be awesomely greatly appreciated.
Yeah, what do you think? Oh, yeah, this is definitely an environment conducive to white flag. I'll start taking some samples.
Albert?
Yeah, FBI Special Agent
And as
Warren.
always,
Warren, search prices.
Is this about your Addison's murder?
Yeah.
we work towards healing and growth in our community here,
Oh, there you go. Now you got sick. You started something upside down.
and trying to help people to understand themselves and the world around them
Shortly before he died, Jared was my
from a more realistic, holistic point of view, and from an indigenous point of view.
Jared, yeah, but he was here. I don't know if it was the dirt that made him squirm or the question. The kid tucked it out. What question? He wanted my permission.
And what was your answer?
Walnut too.
Told him I thought it would be
You're growing your hair, otherwise you lose doses of black walnut
Told him
skin.
he should forget about it.
Oh, nice trash.
You told him no.
Della.
Conk him on the head and chop him up for fertilizer, but I didn't.
White flies. This is lab work. They look to be the exact strain that I hatched at the lab. I'm sorry, but did you say you did copy anything?
I said I didn't.
This? Yeah.
Flies on shovel.
Oh, we know that flies are attracted to the blood.
Flies are mostly on this shovel. It follows that there's something different about this one. Will that warrant running tests against it?
Turns out we don't. It's fun.
I'm going to use field value. It'll tell us if there's blood present on the shovel.
What's pink mean?
Means you can't engineer Addison's skull.
Let's see.
I'm gonna have to ask you to close up shop and take you downtown with a few questionable things.
Let's see what's in trending. I normally don't really check out trending, but we'll check it out. Montreal travelers react to new travel restrictions, including China. Pose mandatory testing. And of course,
Interrupted by dry eyes? Get fast-acting relief with Hydrosense eye drops. Made with a naturally sourced lubricant. Hydrosense eye drops.
let's see here. Before my home care gets up here, and I have to go AFK for a little bit. Come on, give me something worthwhile. Let's check out what Mark
This
Charles
is Mark Charles, and it is Wednesday, January 27th. This morning, I want to talk a little about, as I'm drinking my second cup of conversation, just discuss a little bit some of the executive orders and memos that the Biden administration released yesterday in regards to systemic racism. I've been able to read some of them. I've read some of his comments, and I just want to offer some thoughts and some perspective on what he is attempting to do. But before I do that, before I get into this, I want to start, as I always do, by acknowledging the land that I'm on. I'm speaking to you today from my home in Washington, D.C., where I live with my family. We moved here from the Navajo Nation about 5.5 years ago. And the lands where we live now, here on the East Coast, are the lands of the Piscataway. They are the nation that they lived here, hunted here, farmed here, fished here, raised their families here, and buried their dead here long before Columbus got lost at sea. And they are still here. I want to honor the Piscataway people. I want to acknowledge that they are the host people of these lands. And I want to thank them for their stewardship of these lands. My Piscataway relatives, it is humbling and very honoring to live on these lands that you have stewarded for so long. If you pay attention to as you read the news, and there's a lot going on right now, right? We have this second impeachment that is getting underway. The Senate was sworn in as jurors yesterday in the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump to convict him on the crimes that he was that were brought by the House of Representatives a few weeks ago. And I've tweeted about that a little bit. I put some stuff out there. I'll probably discuss that later this week. We have about 2 weeks. I think it's February 8th until that trial gets underway. And already it's been determined, it's been shown that the Senate is probably one of the least able bodies to provide unbiased jurors for a trial like this. And it's a symptom of a much deeper problem of our entire nation's criminal justice system, because of the way our foundations were written, are not written to actually provide justice. That's not why they're there. And so it's just highlighted by what's going on in the U.S. Senate right now. And I'm going to talk about that at some point. But what I do want to talk about today is this flurry of executive orders that President Biden released yesterday, trying to address systemic racism. He made a statement, or he gave some remarks where he talked about the systemic racism and the need to address it. He talked about the lynching of George Floyd. I don't think he called it a lynching. He talked about, again, he called it a mob that attacked the Capitol, not terrorists. But he wanted to address our nation's systemic racism. And if you've been following me both prior to and during the campaign that I ran in 2020, as well as read my book or followed my social media over the past several years, you know that I have a very kind of sharp critique of President Biden, because I don't think he's willing to address these. In fact, I'm sure he's not willing to address these things at a systemic level. Right? We saw this after the lynching of George Floyd, when both he and President Trump made it clear they didn't want to do anything radical like defunding the police or even changing the way our policing is done at a systemic way. Joe Biden suggested we retrain officers to shoot people in the kneecaps. President Trump suggested that we ban certain chokeholds. Neither one of them want to deal with the fact that white supremacy has been institutionalized and slavery is constitutionally protected in our criminal justice system. They didn't want to deal with those things. And so, but Joe Biden did promise repeatedly throughout his campaign that he would return us to a more palatable status quo. He committed to doing that, and he's trying to do that. He is addressing things. He's handling things a bit differently, at least in outward appearances, than President Trump did. But he's not really addressing them at a systemic foundational level. And to highlight some of this, I want to talk about this memorandum that he issued yesterday to Native nations, where he promised, and let me get the title of his memorandum here. It's a memorandum on tribal consultation and strengthening nation-to-nation relationships. And I'm going to share this in the comments right now. It's a link to the memorandum that is posted on the White House webpage. It didn't get a lot of press in the mainstream media yesterday, but it was covered pretty well in Native media, and there were several articles written about it there. And here's the text of that memorandum. And it basically is a commitment to uphold previous executive orders. One issued in 2000 that stated the need for consultation, and another executive order memorandum issued in 2009 by President Obama, basically upholding to commit the memorandum of the executive order 2009, because even though there was that order, It wasn't being followed, which was to provide consultation and to give consultation to tribes and to bring their input in on decisions made affecting tribal communities. And so we have to, first of all, be very clear what President Biden did yesterday was not an executive order, it was a memorandum. And the memo was, we're going to uphold the executive orders issued previously. And we're going to go back to doing what happened both back in 2000 as well as back in 2009. And again, those are not bad commitments. The commitment to solicit or get consultation and input from tribes regarding lands affecting that we have jurisdiction over, we have some sense of sovereignty over, as well as the need to bring tribes in and to listen to tribes and get input from tribes on the governance of our lands and the governance of our people. Again, not a bad memorandum. And there's a lot of, this is being fairly well received around Indian country. So I took some time this morning to read the memorandum, and of course it's always the fine print, right, where we have to read that most carefully. And again, the memorandum wasn't a bad memo. I encourage you to read it. But if you go down and read section 3 of the memorandum, which is again towards the bottom, it's the fine print. And section 3 of this memo, what it says is general provisions. A, nothing in this memorandum shall be constructed or impair or otherwise affect, 1, the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency, or the head thereof, or 2, the functions of the director of the Office of Management and Budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. And then 2B is this memorandum shall be implemented consistent with applicable laws and subject to availability of appropriations. And then section 3, number 2, subsection C says this memorandum is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, or agents, or any other person. So what this memorandum is stating is it's saying, yes, this is what the government is going to do. It's going to bring consultation in. It's going to reach out better to tribes. It's going to try to uphold the treaties. It's going to advocate for greater sovereignty for Native nations. But then the fine print says, but this is not a right that we're giving you. This is not, we're not committing, we're not going to allow you to hold us accountable to these things. We're not giving you rights to make sure that these things take place. This is just our stated intention of what we're going to try to do if the money is available. And again, making sure that the executive department and the budgetary availability is not impeded in any way. In other words, if there's laws previously stated that says these things are not enforceable or these things don't have to happen, then this doesn't supersede or this doesn't grant a right over that. And that's a problem, right? That's a problem because while they're stating they want to give Native nations greater sovereignty over our land, the Supreme Court has stated over and over and over again, 1823, 1954, 1985, even 2005, that land titles are based on the doctrine of discovery. In the McGirt case, just last summer, July of 2020, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that when it comes to agreements and treaties with Native nations, Congress has the supreme authority and has the right. And let me actually read what it says. The McGirt case, what it says is Congress has the right. Let me read this on page 7 of the McGirt ruling. It says, to determine whether a tribe continues to hold a reservation, there is only one place we may look, the acts of Congress. This court long ago held that the legislature wields significant constitutional authority when it comes to tribal relations, possessing even the authority to breach its own promises or treaties. So the Supreme Court has already stated it is constitutional law that the federal government, the U.S. Congress, does not have to keep treaties with the Native nations. These treaties do not define rights for our nations because the Congress has the ability to break that treaty anytime it wants, and no one, including the Supreme Court, is going to hold them accountable. So see, this is the problem with what President Biden is trying to do, is he's trying to solve systemic problems with executive orders. And he stated this was his intention going into office, right? He made it very clear he was not interested in systemic change. He used language like systemic racism, but every solution, every idea, every proposal he made was about just window dressing. I will, do this thing that looks good, but is not actually going to change your rights. We saw this very clearly. This was over a year ago now, or almost a year ago now, when the Mashpee Wampanoag had their reservation taken away by an act of the Trump administration. And this was a reservation that the Obama-Biden administration had established towards the end of their term in office. And in responding to that, what Joe Biden stated was he said that one of the most important roles the federal government plays in rebuilding the nation-to-nation relationship with Native tribes is taking land into trust on behalf of tribes. This is critical for tribal sovereignty and self-determination. So, again, the act of taking land into trust on behalf of tribes, right? This is literally the doctrine of discovery. Native nations, almost every Native nation, does not have the fee title, does not have complete sovereignty over their lands. Most reservations are lands held in trust by the federal government for those nations. Again, this goes back to the doctrine of discovery that says that the Europeans have the fee title, the right of discovery to the land. Land titles are based on this doctrine of discovery. Natives are savages. We only have the right of occupancy to land. This is the foundational cornerstone of land titles. And so President Biden, when he was campaigning, said one of the best ways that tribes can build their nation-to-nation relationship with the United States is to let the U.S. government take their lands into trust for them. So they are the supreme governors of those lands. Again, this is based on the doctrine of discovery. So Joe Biden, at no point in his campaign did he promise sovereignty, or to build a true nation-to-nation relationship. He promised he would be different than President Trump in that he would be a better landlord. But he didn't promise any greater rights or privileges. He just said he would be a better landlord, and actually said he would reinforce these dehumanizing foundations, which is what truly governs the nation-to-nation relationship, or the lack thereof, between the U.S. government and Native tribes. And so now we see Joe Biden doing that. He is merely promising he's going to be a better landlord, but he's saying, but me saying this doesn't give you any right to this. You cannot claim this as a right. This is merely a stated intention of my administration, but you can't actually hold us to that. And that's the problem with trying to address systemic issues with executive orders. First of all, they can be overturned by the next administration, right? An executive order is temporary for that administration. That's what Joe Biden's doing now. He's just reversing the executive orders that President Trump administered are signed. And now he's issuing his own. He's not making systemic change. He's not addressing things at the foundational level. And by the way, that clause, that statement that I read from Section 3, it's included in the other executive orders. It's included in the other memorandums regarding racism and white supremacy.
We'll see you later.
Again, he's not saying to people of color that you have more rights He's merely saying, as a white landowning male, ahead of this colonial nation, I will work to treat you better, but I'm not giving you additional rights. These memos, these orders are not intended to give you rights. Those are still governed by the foundations, which, as we've said before, are racist, sexist, and white supremacists. So this is the mirage, right? This is the challenge of this, and this is the difference between Democrats and Republicans. Republicans are just explicit. They embrace white supremacist values and statements, and they're explicit in how they enact those. That's just the way they are. They know that they are the party of the white landowning male. They know that they are not growing, and they know that they have a very strong base who believes in their rights and in their superiority, and they are going to work to reinforce that. The Democrats have a much broader base. They're still controlled and run by white landowning men, but they have the support of a much broader base, a diverse base of people of color and other marginalized communities, because they throw crumbs every now and then out there. But when you get down into the fine points of what they're really doing and what they're really willing to address, they are still about keeping the status quo. When you read the statement that Joe Biden gave yesterday when signing these executive orders, he gave a statement, and I want to just share that with you. I'll put that in the comments again. This is his statement regarding the executive orders on racial equity, and it's on the White House website. And one of the things I just want to point out about this is a few comments that he made in this statement. First of all, one of the things about his statement and his belief in what racial equity looks like is he truly believes that it's largely financial. And so increasing people of color's access to wealth and to purchasing homes and to building equity and that kind of thing, that's what he truly believes is the solution to our nation's racial problems. And the problem with that is, and I point this out in the TEDx talk I gave on We the People, the 3 most misunderstood words in U.S. history, is when land titles are based on the legal assumption that natives are savages and don't have full rights to their lands, and that tribe, the U.S. government and the U.S. Congress doesn't have to uphold its treaties with native nations. What this does is this makes white supremacy a bipartisan value. And it requires that we keep that institutionalized systemic white supremacy a part of the foundations. And we promise to share that wealth better, but that the root of that wealth is still unjust. It's still based on this legal understanding that land titles are based on the fact that natives are savages and don't to this day have rights to their lands. And so by promising our nation's marginalized communities, giving them greater access to home buying, which we need to address that, but without addressing the underlying injustice, which says these land titles are based on the legal understanding that natives are savages, we're not going to fix the problem, right? We're not going to fix the problem. The second thing that Joe Biden does in this statement he made yesterday is he again misquotes the Declaration of Independence. He talks about we have to rebuild the soul of America, and he says about our nation needs to live up to its ideals of being a place where all people are treated equally. All people are created equal. Again, the problem is that's not what the Declaration of Independence says. It doesn't say that. What it says is we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. And then 30 lines later, it defines natives as savages. That's the problem. Our foundations is where this white supremacy is rooted. And by Joe Biden not being willing to acknowledge that, he is demonstrating he's not willing to fix our nation's problems. It's like using, it's like he's trying to fix a foundational level issue by just putting up better drywall in the basement. That's not going to fix anything. It might be able to sell your house a little bit better, but you're not going to fix the problem. And any clear inspection will identify that the problem has not been addressed just because you put up some drywall and painted it. But that's all Joe Biden's willing to do. One of my critiques, and we said this during the campaign frequently, is because of the way our Constitution is written, right, which says we the people. And then Article 1, Section 2, it defines we the people as white landowning men. And then the way the Constitution is written, it is what it states. The Constitution is a blatantly racist, sexist, and white supremacist document that assumes the dehumanization of indigenous peoples, African people, and other peoples of color. And it also sets up the white landowning male as having the authority to decide who is and who is not human. Which is what Joe Biden is trying to do. He wants to be able to say, I will treat you as human, without addressing the foundational problem that gives him the right as a white landowning male to make that determination in the first place. Right? By the fact that he's willing to write an executive order saying, I will treat you better, but not willing to address the foundational problem that actually takes his right as a white landowning male away. It says you are no more superior than anybody else, and you have no more authority than anyone else. Your humanity is not greater than anyone else's, and therefore you cannot question, either enforce or take away the humanity of anyone else in this nation. That's defined by the foundations. And Joe Biden apparently is not willing to go there. He's willing to be a more benevolent white man in a white supremacist system, but he's not willing to make the system to take away the institutionalized white supremacy that's built into the system. And those are the changes we have to make. Those are the things we need to address. So while I'm thankful in some respects for these executive orders yesterday. Yes, thank you, Mr. Biden. Thank you, President Biden. I'm glad you want to be a better landlord. But I actually want to address the fact that you're not my landlord.
Yeah, exactly. You're not our
And I want to address the fact that we have to remove the racism, the sexism, and the white supremacy from our foundations. So they're actually defined there, not just misquoted there, not just there mythologically, not just a mirage. They're actually written in so they can't be changed. That's what we need to do. So President Biden, I challenge you to make this a part of your dialogue. I am open, President Biden, at any point to have a conversation with you. I will walk 3 miles across town and bring you a copy of my book, Unsettling Truth, The Ongoing Dehumanizing Legacy of the Doctrine of Discovery, to allow you to understand how deeply broken, not even broken, how deeply white supremacist our foundations are. They're not broken because they're working as they were intended. We have to address this at a foundational level. I'm not lobbying you. I'm not even interested in protesting you. I want to speak truth to you, President Biden. I want to open your eyes to see what it is you're trying to fix with new drywall. And I want you to see for yourself how what you're proposing isn't actually going to fix and solve the problem. I've gone a little bit longer than I intended this morning, but I'm grateful for a chance to talk with everybody. These are some things we absolutely need to address, and these are things we have to make our nation aware of. I've refused to allow myself to be comforted by the fact that Joe Biden is now in office. I'm deeply relieved President Trump is out of office. I'm not comforted that Joe Biden is in office, and the reason I'm not comforted is because he was very clear and quite explicit throughout his campaign. He has no intention of addressing these issues at a foundational level. He wants to reinstate the status quo, and the status quo is based on racism, sexism, and white supremacy. We have a lot of work to do, my relatives. We have many things to do to move this nation forward. We have many things that we have to do to actually address these problems at a foundational level. I thank you for listening to this live stream. I thank you for sitting down and joining me for a second cup of coffee this morning. And I hope that your day goes well. I will be talking more this week and in the next few weeks about the impeachment. I'll be talking more about the challenges with our justice system here in this country. I'll be talking more about what does justice look like for our former president, and what do we need to do to move our nation forward. Yeah, my relatives, walk in beauty, and may we learn how to walk in beauty together. Hakone.
Well, that was Mark Charles. Very enlightening, as always. Let me see.
But since it's a 16-story building and about 10 feet per floor. 11 or 12 if you count the space between floors. Right. That's 252 feet. That gives us 76.8 meters, a difference of about 17 meters. That's 52 feet, meaning she had to fall from the top floor or the machine room above. Very impressive, Mr. Fisher. But I'll still wind up like her when you ever think of finding a girlfriend, Mr. Fisher? Got one. Jill. Very beautiful. Yes.
Dun, 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 dun.
Angela's sketch matches the picture on her ID card. That's so cute. It's actually lingerie. You never see anything like that, too. Judge stands with James Blake. She works for the same man as you. That's right. A man who doesn't exist. Oh, can you imagine working in a place like this? No, it's not sterile.
And come on.
Throughout history, you can find examples of human beings that can be virtually any environment. Like you and Jack. Me? Way off. Zipian, hold the line, please. 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 Thank you. Did you find out who it was? The whole building's in my home. I was there.
Let's see.
Slow down, okay? This one. Oh, Patty. Oh my god. Oh my god, Patty Lundy? It's Patty, Chip. It was Patty in the elevator. We still have to verify identity and benchmark. Hey, everybody, in the elevator, it was Patty. No, not Becky. Pretty Becky? Whoa, just keep quiet. What's going on? What about Patty? This is Patty's area right over here. Patty decorated the place herself.
Yeah.
Even painted
Yeah.
frogs, not frogs. Well, who's that person? One who adjusted to an
It's rough sometimes.
nice chair.
we're gonna have to look at her computer.
What do you mean? It's all coming around. I can get you that password. So
her on Friday? She was still here when I left, yeah. Working late as usual.
I hear the bell.
See, but some people accept their position as a woman. You call me a drone. That's not the shortest, you know? Without the drones, how you doing?
Damn.
Anyone else work here late?
Yo.
I mean, when that clock hits 6, it's like the weather of bulls, especially on Friday.
What?
Now I am, yeah. You're ugly. You're so ugly. Like, ghetto. Go on your reservation. Go on your reservation. Oh my
A viral Instagram video shows a woman dubbed a racist Karen telling two indigenous women to go onto your reservation and calling them racial slurs. If you want to stay up to date on this story, please hit that subscribe button down below. This racist was last seen in Rapid City, South Dakota, being offensive to indigenous Americans. If she worked for me, I'd probably fire her. A user on Twitter wrote that people in South Dakota know who she is and turn her into the hair salon school she is a student at, and they posted that they are taking action against her. I mean, do all Karens have this hair, or is this just a coincidence? Is there a meeting or something? Do they all go to the same stylist and say, hey, give me the Karen? Because it's uncanny. She has the audacity to call someone ugly. This is why there's flyover states, I guess. And actually, if you look up the girl who posted this video, Sunny Red Bear, she is way more beautiful than this trash can ever dream to be.
Oh, hell yeah. Damn. Damn.
Made with homemade, fast with new marshmallow prepared chicken, and like all our food, real and simple. Are you someone who always notices things? Say when your wife wears a brand new dress. Alrighty. It's noticing details like that that makes a difference in Junie's journey, the hidden object game full of history. Junie's Journey, download now for free. The Simba mattress survives the most rigorous testing because you do more in bed than just sleep. The Simba Collection. Experience in store at Sleep Country or shop online. Search Simba Sleep now. With HelloFresh Meal Kit, you get tried and tested recipes and fresh, pre-portioned ingredients delivered to your door. Everything you need to cook delicious dinners. Shop now at HelloFresh.ca. Dinner solved.
Who's the first girl didn't just look at me? She actually saw me.
Hey, absolutely. My boyfriend tells me to invest in GME. Should I? I don't know, dude. All right, Trash. Thank you very much. We'll see you later, Trash.
This program contains coarse language,
Yeah, that ship has already sailed. They pretty much cut off buying any more GME.
How many times do I have to say, you didn't kill Patty? You killed our friend? She was the office manager, man. Isa was on me, you know? Why are you using so many envelopes, Russo? Do you like me because I'm sending out letters? But I didn't know. You think she was a bitch? What? Yeah, did you see that? It's Patty's car. Bitch. An example of your argument? No, Dad, I didn't do that. We found a roach, a bitch. But we also found parts of Patty's body. Crushed.
Give me a second, you all. I am going to. I'm going to do something here. So I need to hide what I'm doing.
Dude, you are so off base. Give me the keys. Why? Because I didn't know those would get to work. Oh, yeah. Need some cooperation from you, Tar.
The depressed intern is quite clever in his analysis of impact fissures or explaining where the bodies go.
Great. I don't know how to act on my projects.
Beg your pardon?
We just ended a relationship that was intense, both emotionally and sexually.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than intense, we're just plain intense. We don't look at each other. Everything is fraught with meaning. Brennan, you're supposed to say something. Oh, I'm sorry. What am I supposed to say? Something that will make me feel better.
And I need to find something.
Well, probably because you need a lot from me. But since you're my best friend, I guess I could fire audience. What? No. Huh? I don't want you to fire them. Well, that's good because I would have just left you. Yeah, of course. Thank you, though. The offer is very sweet. So I helped? Oh, absolutely. Sweet. Thank you.
I want some fish and chips. I haven't had actual real good fish and chips in a long time, guys.
Yeah. Hi, listen, I appreciate the dockage note, but you can't send it in.
Too late. That's just a copy.
Just no, it makes me sound like an idiot. You want the chair, don't you? No, I'm not keeping a journal. No, Agent Booth suffers from multi-level disc disease with herniation of the L4-5 disc, producing radicular pain in a silent distribution. It's not a gurney, don't you? I'm calling her, tell her you know in case she recovers. I'm the only one taking this seriously. You are now. You're welcome. You look bummed. What? No. It's just sometimes answers pose more questions than they answer. Thus the melancholy. Did you discover cause of death yet? Life. Yes. Life is always the cause of death. Okay, now you're just a tool. Why are you here? I was hoping you could maybe give me a little inspiration being a mentor. All I have is facts, man. Initial particulate analysis shows a thin layer of styrene acrylate copolymer on her sweater. It's a copier toner. She worked in an office. She probably got dirty changing the cartridge. She was an office manager wearing a cashmere sweater. I doubt changing the cartridge was her responsibility. Not to mention the toner dust was all over her front and back. Very cool. She probably spent a little time rolling around the copy on the floor. Huh. Anything else? Yeah, there were some stains on different sweater fragments consisting of asparic acid, ascorbic acid, citrus sinensis, furfuryl, proteolytic enzyme, alcohol.
Of course, right? Whenever you're looking at it, it's,
Do you think the stain is relevant to the case? Well, I can answer that. I need to know what it is. I get it. We live our lives in darkness, hoping for a sun that seldom shines. Go away, Citron. Forensics analyzed tape nuisance keys. There's no evidence of red paint transfer from key to pocket.
This is a very efficient workspace, don't you think? It affords an minimum amount of human interaction so the workers can concentrate solely on productivity.
It's demoralizing. Don't look at me like that. I'm not some kind of a drone.
You have carriers to whom you must report, protocols you must follow. All of your actions are documented and reviewed.
Look, I do not work for some faceless corner and a section of the floor and fabric threads that might match the victim's clothes.
Send them all to Dr. Hodgins at the Jeff Clinic.
Just could be.
What?
Nothing.
Use the ALS in this area. Booth the light.
What? KMD in my department.
Don't miss the scenes.
Jitters.
Dun, 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 dun.
This area might also have staining. We can help Hodgins identify what else was on the victim's clothes. Remove the section of carpet and send it to the lab.
Where is it?
I'm not sure. Kim and Hodgins will have to check it. The lights?
Yeah. Booth. Right. Just send it to my phone right away. Your forensics, they went through the victim's pocket, right? Seems that she got a few details. This one's here.
Oh, see ya, Mag. Thank you for hanging out.
Little bitch, you're done playing with me. You're okay. Trust me.
Do you have an employee named Dave Garfield?
Yeah. Well, actually, no. Okay. Which is it? Well, he worked here for 8 years, but he was let go last Thursday. You fired him. That's right. Oh, God.
What?
Well, it was Patty. She told me that Dave was a problem, disruptive, not doing his work. So it was Patty who got fired. She showed me an inflammatory email that he wrote to her, and I agreed with Patty. It wasn't right.
And Dave knew that he was fired because of Patty?
Yes. What word?
Every time you wear a mask, remember, if so one day, we can all go back to doing this
Yeah.
and this. Every time you wash your hands, remember that eventually it'll all be worth it for them. And them. Every time you hang out here, remember that at some point, we'll all be able to get together here. Here.
Let's see.
Protect yourself and others from COVID-19. A message from the government of Canada.
Let's see, let's see, let's see.
Pregnancy test with leaks indicator clearly tells you how many leaks. Over 99% accurate. Also with clarity when you need it most.
All you need to launch a celebrant to your career. A cheap studio. A Squarespace website with an expensive template. And a steady job you're going to quit. At your first solution. Nervous parents. An acid breathing. A happy career-making accident. And a Squarespace online store to sell the must-have gift of the holiday season.
Oh, well. Yay, we're back. I'm not even that fucking scary.
I've been waiting for this moment my entire life. It's a long time to wait to be rewarded. With the B-roll at Flint's piece of infinite
Hey, Jazz, thank you for the follow.
5 times the points on everyday purchases. 5 times on coffee, takeout and food delivery, restaurants and groceries, 5 times on gas, ride share, and travel. Okay, got it. You saw the old news. Where rewards give you real financial
Once
power.
again.
That's the BMO effect. And right now, get 40,000 points and your first year free when you sign up for the BMO Eclipse Visa Infinite card.
All right, Mom. Laughter makes us stronger. And what we eat should do the same. That's why we love the Laughing Cow. With no added artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. The Laughing Cow. Because it's better to laugh. Harrods is the most glamorous store in the world. And all the security guards here.
You're thinking about staying alive. Your mom and dad.
So, okay. I am going to call it a day for now. So, we'll. So, which one do you guys want to go to? Mitnerd or Difficult Truth?
Okay. Seeing someone's car is a federal offense now? So you did it. No. But did you ever meet Patty? Someone who's just actively smart.
Let's raid Mittner? Okay, we'll raid Mittner. We're gonna send some love over to Mittner. Everybody please jump in and follow. Thank you all for hanging out. Everybody please jump in and follow. Thank you all for hanging out. Everybody please jump in and follow. Thank you all for hanging out. Everybody please jump in and follow.
And we all know that getting still screaming out there's no place I'd rather be. Hey Raiders, welcome, welcome indeed. 'Cause now we got you where we want you, kissing in a tree. Hey Sue, thank you for the raid, everybody. Hey, can we get a shout out for Lost Sue in the chat, please?